They say the universe began in silence. But silence isn't empty. It trembles with possibility. Before sound, before stars, before the ocean ever learned to whisper, there was a single shimmer in the dark. A quiet vibration that would one day become breath. Tonight, as you lie still, your own breath connects to that ancient rhythm. Every inhale, a thread that stretches backward through billions of years, all the way to the first stirring molecules of life. Every exhale, a soft echo of the universe remembering itself. This is Nightfall Travels, a place where the boundaries between science and dream dissolve, where you can float through the quiet stories written in atoms, oceans, and starlight. If you're new here, you're welcome to join this nightly voyage. Subscribe, settle in, and let your body unwind into the rhythm of the world. And before we begin, leave a small note in the comments. Your time, your place, your sky. It's always fascinating to see where in this wide, breathing planet you are listening from. Now, close your eyes. Let your breathing slow in and out. Imagine that each breath is a tide, drawing calmness in, letting tension drift away. Your body begins to float, weightless, like plankton beneath moonlight. The air around you is ancient, patient, and alive. When the earth was still molten, wrapped in haze, there was no breath at all. No oxygen to carry sound, no breeze to stir a leaf. Just a heavy, suffocating quiet. A planet holding its breath. Then came the cyanobacteria, microscopic architects of everything to come. They drank sunlight through tiny pigments, split water apart, and released the first oxygen. It was poison at first, corrosive, deadly to the life that had thrived in the dark seas. But slowly, through catastrophe and adaptation, the world transformed. The sky turned blue. Iron in the oceans rusted into red bands that still mark ancient rocks today. Silent witnesses of that first breath. The air we now breathe is their legacy. A gift from microscopic beings that never knew what they had created. Imagine standing there, 4 billion years ago, on a coast of steaming stone and primordial foam. The air would shimmer with heat and haze. No birds, no trees, no voices. Only the slow crackling of volcanic glass as the planet cooled. And if you waited, for millions of years, you might see the first glimmers of color spread across the sea. Faint green mats of photosynthetic life. They weren't beautiful then, not as we define it. But they were the painters of our world, tinting the oceans, filtering sunlight, building the future molecule by molecule. They created the invisible bridge between the sea and the sky. The breath that would one day fill lungs, rustle leaves, and whisper through sleeping cities. Every breath you take tonight is ancient air. Oxygen, born from those forgotten seas, filtered through forests, drifted through mountains, and returned to you through a billion invisible exchanges. You're inhaling what the first trees exhaled. You're sharing the same invisible current that once filled the lungs of whales, of wolves, of every ancestor who ever looked at the moon. Some scientists call it the Great Oxidation Event. But maybe it was something quieter. A planetary sigh, the first rhythm of life. Every creature since then has been keeping that rhythm alive. Breath in, breath out. From jellyfish pulsing in the dark, to forests exhaling at dawn, to your chest rising and falling now, in sync with the slow, steady heartbeat of Earth. Feel that connection for a moment. The rise of your chest mirrors the tides. The pause between breaths echoes the hush between waves. Breathing isn't just survival, it's participation. You're part of the oldest song in the universe. When you sleep, your body doesn't stop that song. It just changes key, slowing, deepening, drifting. The brain quiets, the cells restore. And in the background, the air continues to flow, in and out, weaving you into the same pattern that began before language, before memory, before sound. Somewhere in that stillness lies the first wonder of life on Earth. The miracle that life began by learning to breathe. And as your own breathing steadies now, imagine the world itself breathing with you. Mountains inhaling mist, forests sighing oxygen, oceans exhaling clouds into the sky. The planet alive in its own rhythm, and you, a quiet part of that rhythm. Let that thought cradle you, drift on it, because soon we'll travel deeper, into the hidden places where Earth keeps its oldest memories. The ocean keeps its stories the way dusk keeps color, quietly in layers. Beneath a skin of moonlight, water moves with intentions older than maps. Carrying warmth from the tropics toward the long blue edges of the poles, and returning with pockets of cold that settle like thought. Most of Earth's free water is gathered here, and the slow caravans of current stitch continents into a single conversation. You sense it even with your eyes closed, the way you can feel a river near a city at night. The body knows when something vast is breathing. There is a place in the sea where sound refuses to fade. Pressure and temperature bend low notes into a gentle corridor, and a whale's call can travel farther than sight could ever dream. The ocean writes to itself along this hallway, a letter sent without paper, a voice that hums on in the dark. You imagine that tone rolling past basalt hills and sleeping wrecks, not in a hurry, sure of arrival because the water keeps its promise. Light reaches only so far, yet life begins where light is enough to read by. With the first gray breath of morning, drifting gardens wake. Phytoplankton tasting sunlight, weaving carbon into delicate tissue that feeds worlds. A large share of the oxygen in your lungs tonight was written by these tiny green clerks of dawn. They do not know you, but they help you anyway. You picture the sea as a pane of glass, fogging softly as it exhales. And your own inhale joins that modest industry, the two of you collaborating without effort. Some lights, though, are made from chemistry and courage. In inky coves, a brush of ore sparks galaxies that appear and die in a heartbeat. In the open dark, small bodies glow with enzymes that meet oxygen and briefly become lanterns. Bioluminescence is not a spectacle to the creatures that bear it. It is a sentence spoken for survival. You trail your hand along the memory of a pier and see a pale bloom follow your fingers, then fade. The moment does not ask to last. Beauty arrives, does its job, and leaves you gentler. From the bright shallows to the deep plains, a quiet weather is always falling. Marine snow, shreds of life turned into soft, sinking flurries, drifts downward through blue twilight and into cold night. It is the slow payroll of the sunlit zone, the stipend that keeps the dark fed. You think of dust in a bar of moonlight across your room, each mote in no hurry to land, the room calmer for their patience. Where sunlight fails, heat writes a different script. At hydrothermal vents, black chimneys breathe superheated water rich with minerals, and microbes turn these chemicals into sugar the way forests turn light into leaf. Entire neighborhoods assemble around this exchange, white crabs, blind shrimp, eels that move like commas between clauses of basalt. The world does not require surface rules to keep going. It finds loopholes in the dark and grows anyway. And something in you unclenches at that knowledge. Reefs are the sea's small, extravagant cities. Stone-building polyps keep golden lodgers, algae that pay rent in sugar. And each limestone room is a quiet account kept perfectly. Parrotfish nibble, surgeons sweep, wrasses pick at details only they can see. Everything is in conversation. Color as dialect, movement as punctuation. You swim through that music in your mind, and the water tastes slightly of limestone and salt. Reciprocity is not a slogan here. It is bread and breath. Between surface sparkle and deep sleep, many lives commute. Each night, lanternfish and their neighbors rise toward the dimmer light to feed, then sink again at daybreak. The planet's largest migration passing silently over seafloor hills. This tide of bodies moves carbon with every fin beat, a gravity made of hunger and timing. You accept the simplicity of the pattern, rise when nourished, rest when safe, and your heartbeat agrees. The sea also keeps the weather's account. It stores heat and releases it on a schedule so long that human calendars can only guess at its mood. Some seasons gather into patterns with names, El Niño, La Niña. And when they turn their faces, rainfall travels, winds reconsider routes, coastlines change their tone by a shade. You picture swells rolling under a low sky, the deck tilting left and then right. Not crisis, but adjustment. Even the largest bodies of water practice balance, and so can you. Stranger geographies hide within this geography. On certain seafloors, brine pools shine like silver folded on silver, denser than the water above. Their surfaces hold crisp shorelines that fish approach and then decide against. As if they had read a sign, you kneel on the edge of one in your mind and dip a hand into a second ocean within the first. Boundaries are not only fences. Sometimes they are invitations to go slow. Storms write briefly in white cursive at the top of everything, but depth edits the sentence back to calm. Wind spends itself in the upper layers. Below, the grammar returns to long, even clauses. You remember rain stippling a pond while lily stems stand unbothered, and you choose to be the stem. Thoughts can ruffle the surface of you without changing your shape underneath. How life began remains a gentle argument among patient minds. Some clues point to mineral pores at hot vents, tiny stone rooms where chemistry could linger long enough to learn a trick. Others prefer tide pools that filled and emptied until the right concentration made a spark. We do not have the first page, only later chapters written in stubborn fossils and obedient molecules. What we do have is the ocean's record of what happened next. Carrying, feeding, protecting, trying again. You feel comfort in that persistence. Beginnings are precious, but continuance is the miracle you live inside. Even the simplest wave arriving at a beach is a lesson in mercy. It is energy traveling through water, not water marching ashore. The sea does not empty itself to make that lace on the sand. It offers the shape of motion without losing its composure. You let the next thought come as a small, bright crest break and vanish. And the space it leaves behind tastes like rest. Migrants thread the blue with memory. Humpbacks cross half the world and return to bays that remember their mothers' voices. Turtles crawl ashore where their first breath made a faint signature in sand. Years later, they sign again, on the same line. This is not sentiment, but physics and biology, and a fierce competence at being alive. You imagine a wide back rising, a plume of breath whitening the night air, and the gentle bow of a tail leaving the surface tidy. Roots repeated on a planet shared. It feels right to keep a few of your own. By the time the room has grown thoroughly quiet, the sea has finished its evening demonstration. It has shown you that distance can be bridged softly, that light can be made in the dark, that cities can be built from cooperation, and that whether in air or thought, will pass. Plankton are already opening their green mouths to some other dawn. A current is rounding a corner it last took when your grandparents were new. You turn inland without leaving anything behind. The last salt on your lips becomes resin and leaf as the shoreline folds into forest. A hush under pines waits for you. Roots touching roots through fungal lace, sugar passing where no eyes can see. The ocean's long pulse fades into the slower clock of trees, and the path ahead smells of earth and rain. The forest meets you not with noise, but with arrangement. Trunks stand like careful punctuation. Branches draft sentences in air. Between them, light edits the page. Sun broken into slow paragraphs that move across moss and stone. What looks like stillness is only movement at a different speed. A leaf lifts and settles, and in that small gesture, a system begins to reveal itself. Tiny gates, the stomata, open and close along the underside, tasting the air for carbon dioxide and moisture, adjusting with a patience that never hurries. Water rises through xylem columns from soil to crown, pulled by the quiet strength of hydrogen bonds and the faint suction of evaporation at the leaf surface. Sugar flows back down the phloem in soft rivers, a sweetness written by light and shared with roots and neighbors. A tree spends the day translating sunlight into architecture, then spends the night rebalancing its accounts. The forest is not a collection of individuals. Under the leaf litter, filaments of fungus thread the soil in pale networks finer than hair, reaching from root to root like slow handwriting. Mycorrhizal partners trade minerals for sugar, phosphorus and nitrogen delivered in return for a portion of photosynthetic wealth. Some species wrap the outside of roots, others slip inside, weaving themselves into root cells in delicate arbors. Through this living lace, trees pass signals and resources. When shade dims one sapling, a larger neighbor can send it carbon credit. When insects chew a limb, distress chemicals travel underground and in the air, priming defense in those who listen. The term wood wide web is a metaphor, not a motherboard. Information moves slowly, chemistry instead of code. But the effect is community. Coordination without command. Above, the canopy is layered like weather. Sun lovers take the highlight, building thick leaves and tight fibers to withstand the glare and wind. Shade-tolerant species linger below, making use of sunflecks, brief coins of brightness that slip through gaps as the day turns. In a mature forest, the crowns sometimes refuse to touch, leaving thin channels of sky between neighbors. Researchers call it crown shyness. The reasons may be mechanical or biological, and it remains a gentle puzzle. To stand beneath those careful gaps is to feel that trees have negotiated boundaries with grace. Every year becomes wood. Rings widen in rainy springs and narrow in lean summers. a biography etched in pale and dark bands. Dendrochronologists align these rings across fallen logs and living stems to reconstruct climate back through centuries and beyond. Floods, droughts, fires, and long mild seasons, all stored in patient cellulose. A tree is a library that cannot be carried away. Wind and lightning may tear a chapter out, but much of the text remains, legible to anyone who knows the alphabet of growth. Leaves speak in scent. When insects begin to feed, some oaks and maples release volatile compounds that drift on the breeze like quiet announcements. Nearby leaves, even on different plants, take the hint and adjust their chemistry, becoming less appetizing or recruiting predators of the pests. Not every story of trees warning trees holds up to later scrutiny, and some famous anecdotes are debated. But the core remains. Plants alter one another's behavior with airborne messages. The forest conducts its business in breath. Pines build the air in other ways. Their resins and terpenes rise and brighten the edges of clouds. Microscopic particles from forests can seed droplets, helping water hang in the sky long enough to become rain. On warm afternoons, a ridge of firs can smell faintly of citrus and clean wood. And that perfume is not merely pleasant, it is also climate in progress. When many leaves open their stomata together, transpiration cools the air above the canopy and encourages convection. A large forest can make its own breeze and then its own weather, a regional pulse tied to the dailiness of light. Inhaling here feels easy, almost generous, and studies suggest the body calms among these compounds. Though the exact choreography of molecules and moods is still being traced, fallen trees are not failures. They are bridges and banks. A nurse log keeps moisture, hosts mosses that knit the surface, and lends its slow-release minerals to seedlings rooted in its softened bark. The sunlight that once powered those rings returns to the community as food, shelter, and microclimate. Beetles carve galleries in the damp wood. Salamanders slide beneath. Young hemlocks or cedars rise from the sponge to return shade to the river's edge. Nothing is wasted. Change executes the budget. Roots are not only faucets. Some graft when they touch, joining the vascular systems of neighboring trees so that water and sugar can cross between trunks even when the crowns belong to different lives. In a few stands, old stumps persist, leafless, kept alive by the flow from younger companions. Survival here can be a shared verb. You imagine hands held below ground where no audience applauds. Season puts its careful weight on everything. In winter, sugars concentrate in sap and act like antifreeze. Membranes tuck in against cold. Buds carry spring concealed in compact scales, each leaflet folded with origami neatness. Some branches track the sun through the day, and some flowers warm themselves by metabolizing enough to raise their own temperature, a microclimate for a beetle visitor. Plants do not experience time as we do, but their clocks are exact. They count nights, measure the ratio of light to dark, and set leaf out and leaf fall to the planet's rotation as precisely as any observatory. There is generosity, and there is discipline. In mast years, entire populations of oaks or beeches synchronize heavy seed crops, overwhelming seed eaters so that many acorns or nuts survive. In lean years that follow, predators bear fewer young and the trees regain resources. A tactic becomes a rhythm. and a rhythm becomes a story the landscape recognizes. Forests are not sentimental, but they are wise in the way of constraints. The forest's music is also hydraulic. Deep-rooted trees draw water at night and leak a fraction into upper soil layers, a process called hydraulic lift that benefits shallower-rooted neighbors by keeping their zone from drying. In drought, this can be a quiet lifesaver. The idea that trees can move water not only upward to themselves but outward to others alters the map of where kindness might be found. A breeze changes keys, and the leaves answer with 1,000 tiny silver flips. Lichens paint stone with pale vocabularies, greens and grays that tolerate what others cannot, absorbing water from fog, mining a living from thinness. Fungi fruit overnight as delicate umbrellas or crimson cups. Some partner with trees. Some tidy up dead things into clean soil. Some glow faintly in rotting logs. Woodland stars in miniature. The understory replaces spectacle with intricacy. And in that exchange, anxiety lets go of your sleeve. To walk here, even in imagination, is to join a conversation already in progress. Footfalls are edited by needles into a hush. Bird calls score the upper air. An owl writes a looping sentence across the path on silent wings. Ferns unfold the way sentences do when they know where they are going. You touch a trunk and feel cool, stored night, the weight of years resolving into steadiness beneath your hand. It remains debated how far and how often trees help unrelated neighbors, which signals are universal and which are private. How much choice exists in a being rooted to the ground. Yet, even the most cautious studies agree on interdependence. Minerals move where they are most needed. Shade is shared by geometry alone. Disturbance resets the stage, and succession writes a new cast list that eventually rhymes with what came before. The forest is not a single organism, and it is not a set of strangers. It is what happens when lives exchange what they can and adapt to what they must. As the light softens, a scent of rain rises from the duff. Petrichor mixing with spruce, a dampness that promises good sleep. Somewhere nearby, a small opening in the canopy admits a falling coin of sun that lands on a sapling the height of your shoulder. Its leaves angle to the brightness with shy precision, each cell turning light into the sugar that turns into wood, that turns into a ring, that turns into memory you could read if you had the patience of bark. You become as quiet as the soil underfoot. Every pathway there is busy, and none of it asks for your attention. Threads of fungus tease phosphorus from mineral fragments too tight for roots to grasp. Bacteria rinse nitrogen into forms a leaf can understand. The architecture under the forest is as dense as any city map. A tangle of tunnels and exchanges, storerooms and switch yards where matter stops being one thing and becomes another. It is the Earth's most practiced craft. Transformation with no waste bin. Night leans in, and with it the slow chemistry of sap and dew. You imagine the forest closing one set of eyes and opening another. Above, the crowns keep their courteous distances. Below, the networks redouble their traffic. The air cools, heavy with the breath of needles and the faint sugar of cut grass far away. Your own breath drifts into the larger rhythm without effort, matched to trunks that do not move yet are always traveling. From seed to shade, to shelter to soil and back. When you step onward, you don't really leave. You descend into the ground the roots are holding, into the dark where the negotiations finish and the deliveries are made. The path tilts softly down, and stones show damp faces. The hush becomes deeper, the air warmer, the scent more mineral than green. The forest has brought you to the threshold of its engine, and the soil opens like a door. Soil is not dirt. It is breath with weight. Kneel and place your palm on the ground, and you touch a hive of exchanges. Water slipping between grains, roots loosening minerals, organisms speaking in acids and sugars too small to see. A spoonful here can hold more living cells than there are people in cities. A crowded parliament of bacteria, fungi, archaea, algae, protozoa, and tiny animals, each taking a role that looks solitary up close and communal from a little distance. What seems like brown quiet is a low, steady thunder of metabolism. The topmost layer is a memory quilt. Leaves fall and soften, twigs surrender their shape, and the curled geometry of last year's grass relaxes into something almost fluid. Fungi send pale threads through this thatch, secreting enzymes that tease apart lignan's tough knots and cellulose's tidy chains. Actinomycetes, filamentous bacteria that smell like rain when disturbed, carve their own paths, and the geosmin they make rises when you turn the soil, riding petrichor into the air like a sudden, familiar chord. Decomposers do not erase. They translate, turning sharp edges into humus, crumbly and dark, a slow-banked fire of carbon that soils used to bind themselves into structure. Aggregation is the soil's architecture. Particles cling into crumbs, crumbs into larger clusters, leaving corridors for water to move and air to sit. Roots help by shedding exudates, sugars and amino acids that act as invitations to microbes and as glue for the granules they build together. Some fungi coat aggregates in a sticky protein, often called glomalin, lending the ground a flexible strength that resists collapse under rain. A well-structured handful holds together when you lift it and breaks softly when you ask it to. A compromise between persistence and generosity. The rhizosphere, the breath-thin halo around a root, is busier than a street at noon. Plants leak up to a notable fraction of their hard-earned sugars into that zone, not by accident, but as a currency that buys services they cannot perform alone. In return, where microbes ferry phosphorus from stubborn mineral surfaces, reduce iron and manganese into forms that flow, and present nitrogen in letters a leaf can read. Some bacteria enter the root's living rooms and take up residence in nodules, fixing nitrogen from the sky into compounds the plant can share. Others linger outside, forming biofilms that manage moisture and patrol for invaders. Communication is constant. Molecules that read like sentences drift from cell to cell. Quorum sensing quietly tallies neighbors and decides when a group should act like a group. This is where cycles close and open again, one breath per day and one per century. Carbon arrives in fragments and is tucked into humus or sent back to the air in the exhale of respiration. Nitrogen moves through a choreography of transformations. Ammonium born from proteins, nitrite to nitrate under the hands of nitrifiers. Then, when oxygen thins, nitrogen gas and its cousins rising again through denitrification to the wide blue reservoir above. These are not abstract arrows. They are the dinner and rent and weather of landscapes. In a drought year, the dance slows. In a flood, the steps change. Yet the music, written by enzymes and gradients, keeps playing, Earthworms write new maps where none were planned. They take mouthfuls of leaf and mineral, mix them in their long rooms, and return casts that are richer and more structured than what they swallowed. Their burrows draw rain downward. Their tunneling pulls air in. This gentle bioturbation links horizons. The top layer feeds the middle loosens for roots that wish to go deeper. Nematodes graze like deer upon bacterial lawns. Springtails and mites sift and nibble. Small predators regulate small grazers, and the system prevents any single voice from shouting. Balance emerges from appetites. Soil carries climates within it. In a forest's shade, the skin of the ground cools and moistens, and respiration settles into a slower key. In grasslands, deep roots braid carbon far below weather's reach, stitching stability into years that vary at the surface. In tundra and high latitudes, permafrost stores old carbon like sealed letters. As warmth lingers longer each summer, the active layer thickens and the envelopes open, and microbes, faithful to their nature, begin to read and reply. Scientists trace these changes with careful instruments and cautious language. The direction is clear, and the details are still being learned. You feel both the gravity of that truth and the steadiness of the work devoted to understanding it. Not all soil is equally generous, and not all damage is equal either. Compaction closes airways. Salinity crowds the table with the wrong guests. Erosion steals the richest layers first. Yet the ground is patient, and recovery is a craft it knows. Where vegetation returns and disturbance rests, fungi reweave, exudates resume, aggregates grow like small constellations, and water relearns how to stay. A field left fallow shows a quieter green each season, then a thicker, then a taller. The rules of healing are the same as the rules of growth. Time, diversity, and corridor space for breath. Life below ground influences life above in ways that feel like weather turned intimate. A plant well supplied by its partners spends less on armor and more on leaf. It thickens in shape, shifts in color, invites different insects to visit. And those visitors invite others. And soon a meadow is operating at a register higher than its soil alone would predict. Some claims made for underground altruism outpace the evidence and soften under scrutiny. Other findings hold and are joined by new ones. What remains constant is that communities assemble, disassemble, and rearrange according to constraint and possibility, and that roots pull entire ecologies toward them simply by feeding their neighbors. If you could shrink and walk there, you would move through cathedrals of pore space where minutiae curve like stained glass at angles only capillaries understand. You would pass crossroads where oxygen thins and anaerobes hold quiet feasts. You would brush by crystals that register the chemistry of rain, by clays that trade ions with a courtesy both strict and kind. You would step around a region where a root end swells, a mucilage halo holding the humidity of last evening's dew, and see bacteria lining up to taste it like children at a window. The ground would not be brown. It would be amber and wine dark and pearl. A shimmer of films on films. Even rocks participate. Weathering is not simply breakage. It is conversation. Carbon dioxide dissolves into rain to make a mild acid that coaxes cations from mineral matrices. Lichens start the work on exposed faces, their acids gently prying apart a stone's sentences. Roots find a hairline and press, and winter's freeze expands the script. Over years that pass like hours at this scale, bedrock becomes regolith. Regolith becomes soil. Soil becomes harvest. And harvest becomes stories told around tables. Geology writes the preface. Biology annotates every margin. Listen and you will hear a heartbeat. It is not a pulse like an artery's, but a rhythm of wetting and drying, feeding and resting day and night. In the afternoon, as sun warms the surface, carbon dioxide rises from microbial breath. In the evening, dew cools and moistens, stomata ease open, exudates sweeten the immediate dark, and metabolism leans forward again. If rain comes, films thicken and contacts improve. If wind dries everything, the tempo slows until the next kindness arrives. Soil is an instrument that plays climate in miniature. When people say the ground is alive, they mean both that it is crowded and that it is capable of surprise. New species are named from a handful of grams. Old metabolisms are discovered doing new jobs. Some theories suggest that cooperation below ground makes ecosystems more resilient. Some caution that networks can transmit stress as easily as aid. Both can be true. The wisdom here sits not on a throne, but in the weave. Options kept open, redundancies maintained, exchanges negotiated without spectacle. You lift your hand from the earth, and the imprint in the crumbs softly relaxes, edges rounding as grains slide home. The warmth of your skin has warmed what it touched. That heat becomes slightly faster chemistry for a minute or two. Then the memory fades, stored as nothing more ornate than a few extra molecules of water and a breath's worth of exchanged gas. Yet the act has folded you into the ledger. You are not above this engine. You are one of its moving parts, respiration in a larger respiration. Carbon in a loop that holds forests and fields, cities and rooms, and the pillow under your cheek. Stay a moment longer with the hush that rises from below. Consider how many doors swing on unseen hinges to make a single leaf, a single berry, a single loaf of bread. Then let the image widen. Pores in the soil open to air, and the air responds. Invisible guests pass upward, aerosols seeded from bark and bacteria lofted on wind, carrying the signatures of ground and leaf into the spacious chemistry above. Somewhere a cloud will need a nucleus to begin. Somewhere a bolt will write nitrogen back into forms roots can learn. The earth you touched has already started a conversation with the sky, and the sky is leaning down to answer. Air looks empty until you listen with patience. The moment you rise from the soil's warm breath, the sky begins to show its craft. Billions of invisible workers carrying seeds of rain, sand that remembers deserts, salt flaked from collapsing waves, pollen, soot, fragments of leaf, fragments of life itself. A cloud is never just water. It is water choosing a scaffold, droplet by droplet, around the smallest of invitations. Lift your eyes and think of what every droplet needs to begin. Pure vapor will not condense in open air without a first touch. It waits for a nucleus, some tiny mote to make the physics easy. Sea salt lifts from bursting bubbles where waves break and leaves the ocean wearing a microscopic halo. Dust rides wind from far continents, edges rounded by distance, carrying the minerals of its birthplace. Forests add their own signatures. terpenes and other volatiles that rise in sun-warmed afternoons, drifting upward to become aerosols that help water gather. Even bacteria can take a role. Certain species carry proteins that coax ice to form at higher temperatures than it would otherwise, and in doing so, they help a cloud decide to snow. It is not that the sky is crowded, it is that the sky is furnished. You can feel this furnishing without seeing it. On a summer day, the air over a dark field shimmers, and convective currents lift in quiet columns, cooling as they rise. If enough moisture is present, invisible turns visible. Vapor condenses around its chosen scaffolds, and the first small towers of cloud, cumulus with generous edges, begin to bloom. A landscape that looked still an hour ago sprouts soft architecture. Patterns you can name only by feeling them. Lifting, folding, spreading, breaking to light. As the day exhales, these towers flatten into silver tables or dissolve into gauze and blue. The sky edits itself in public. Deserts speak even where they are not. From the Sahara, dust crosses the Atlantic in ochre veils, climbing above storms and sailing westward. Some of that dust will fall as a fine letter on the leaves of the Amazon basin, bearing phosphorus that once belonged to ancient lake beds, now long dry. A forest rains because water recycles within it. A forest also rains because faraway stone turned to powder and kept a promise made before the leaves were born. You imagine holding a single grain from that journey, a speck that has traveled farther than most creatures ever will, and realize the air is a road. The ocean sends its emissaries upward through rough play. When a bubble bursts, it flings a crown of droplets. When those droplets evaporate, they leave salt crystals behind, naked lattices that wait for water to return. Above shorelines at dusk, the air tastes faintly of brine, and each breath carries a trace of the tide's handwriting. These sea salt particles seed low, bright clouds that mirror the blue they float in. Sailors once gave those clouds names because names make company on long journeys. Meteorology refined the vocabulary but kept the companionship. Forests do not stop at their canopies. The molecules that give pine its clean, resinous smell drift into the air and meet sunlight and other gases, reacting into particles large enough to host droplets. On warm afternoons in mountain valleys, the horizon softens slightly, a blue haze that painters once captured without knowing the chemistry that made it. That haze is not only color, it is the scaffolding for future rain, a gift sent upward, water invited into form by the breath of leaves. You feel your own breath fall into step with those invitations, slow and round. High above, where jets draw thin white lines, the wind becomes structure. The jet stream threads the hemisphere, turning and meandering like a river seen from a great height. Its bends steer storms, its speed sets a tempo for weather, and when it kinks, the ground notices, wet where some might have been dry, cold where it might have been mild. You cannot see that thread at night, but you can feel its decisions trickle down through a week. The sky has corridors, and they matter. Lightning, too, writes in the air, brief, branching sentences that heat a narrow path to the temperature of stars. Along those paths, nitrogen and oxygen meet and are rearranged into reactive forms. Some of those become nitrates that return to Earth in rain, small deliveries of usable nitrogen to roots that have been waiting. Most of the planet's fixed nitrogen still comes from microbes working in soil and water. Lightning is a dramatic but supplemental clerk. The idea is simple and tender. A storm argues, then calms, and the ground receives a letter that reads, "Here is more to grow with." At night, the sky keeps secrets in sound the way the ocean does. Air, too, has layers where temperature inverts and carries notes. A distant train seems closer. A coyote's call folds and returns to you from beyond a hill. The atmosphere is not uniform. It is full of small staircases and tilted floors where waves, acoustic or otherwise, change their behavior. Much of this is mapped and measured. Much of it is a mood you register as a hush or a carry. Either way, the sensation is the same. Invisible architecture shaping motion. We share the air with life that never learned to land. Spores, pollen, bacteria, insects that ride thermal elevators during migrations. A cubic meter can hold a surprising count of bioaerosols, tiny messengers that scatter genes and stories. Some settle near, some cross oceans. Their journeys are ordinary and astonishing at once. When you tilt your face to a breeze, you are touching an archive, recent and ancient, benign and not, all of it sifting past. You are not only breathing, you are reading. Rain begins not as a single choice, but as a conversation. Droplets collide and merge, borrow heat as they freeze, release heat as they condense, altering the buoyancy around them. Updrafts bear them aloft. Downdrafts invite them down. In a mature cloud, millions of decisions happen every second, and yet the sound that reaches your roof is simple. A soft drumming that slows your thoughts. Scientists model these microphysics with equations and careful measurements. And the uncertainty is not a failure, but a measure of how alive the process is. You do not need to know each collision to trust the cadence on your window. Once in a while, the air becomes a sculptor of ice in ways that border on play. Needles grow into hexagons, hexagons branch into stars, each flake a record of the temperatures and humidities it fell through. No accurate twin among trillions. A snowfield looks uniform, but hold one flake on a black glove and you have a diary of a cloud, written in symmetry and silence. The day hushes by reflex under snow. Your breath lifts in a visible plume, and you feel briefly that you have become part of the sky's writing. There are proposals that cosmic rays might influence cloud formation by helping nucleation along high the atmosphere. It is a delicate hypothesis, studied in laboratories and in the roaming experiment of the planet itself. Results so far are mixed. The effect, if present, likely modest. It is a reminder that the sky we know in our bones is still being introduced to our instruments. Wonder does not cancel caution, and caution does not dim wonder. Smog tells another story, the one about what happens when the wrong invitations accumulate. Particles and gases from chimneys and engines build layers that make even the sun taste metallic. The physics that lets forests see gentle rain can, in cities, sharpen light into a bloom that stings the throat. Solutions are as atmospheric as the problem. Rules, filters, fuels changed. Habits unlearned. The air clears where care gathers. You think of the way morning after rain always smells kinder, and you understand why people have made law from that feeling. Stand under a cloud that is about to break and feel the pressure of a decision. Air cools against your skin. Leaves flip to show paler undersides. The first drop finds you with unerring grace. In those moments, the sky is not above. it is with. Children run outside to greet it. Dogs turn their faces to it. Roofs translate its percussion into sleep. The architects you cannot see, salt and dust and leaf breath and microbe, have completed their design, and water has arrived where it is needed. The gratitude is physical. Your shoulders go loose. As evening lays a blue glaze over everything, the scaffolds settle. Particles drift lower. Clouds thin into unthreaded silk. And the air becomes once more the generous medium that carries birds and scent and the last light of day. You have learned a few of its tricks. How droplets need a seed, how deserts feed forests, how lightning signs nutrients into rain, how a tree helps shape tomorrow's weather simply by being fragrant in the sun. The rest you can leave for the sky to remember. It is a good keeper of details. Ahead, the world brightens from within. Fireflies switch on like punctuation at the edge of meadows. In tide pools, faint constellations wake under the child's step. Dawn waits on the far side of the planet to ask leaves to open. The next chapter is light itself. Its particles and waves, the way it feeds chloroplasts and tells circadian clocks what time it is. The quiet physics that paints color on a crow's wing and a peacock's eye. You let the last of the day's heat rise from your skin. The air you just learned to trust holds you as you drift toward the glow. Light does not push, it invites. It arrives across empty space with no weight you can feel, and yet alters everything it touches. Color, warmth, tempo, mood. It is both particle and wave, a dual passport that physics accepts without fuss. In the vacuum between suns, a photon travels at the universe's speed limit and sets the standard by which distances are measured. When it enters air or water or leaf, it slows, not because it tires, but because matter asks it to pause, to be absorbed and re-emitted, to share a moment with electrons waiting near the edge of change. At dawn, the first light is low and long in color. Air scatters short wavelengths more efficiently, sending blue sideways into the dome of the sky, while the reds and oranges slide along the shallow path to your eye. Rayleigh scattering is the name, but the feeling is older than language. Clouds like embers, windows warmed from the inside out, a hush that belongs to kitchens and porches and birds starting the day with syllables they learned from their parents. By noon, the sun is white and almost clinical. At sunset, the equation returns in reverse, and the world lets itself be painted. Plants are fluent in this grammar. In chloroplasts, chlorophyll molecules hold magnesium at their centers, like a poised coin, and take in particular wavelengths, mostly reds and blues, leaving green to be your memory of summer. The first act of photosynthesis looks simple. A photon lifts an electron to a higher state, and that excited energy is passed from pigment to pigment like a secret until it reaches a reaction center that can turn light into charge and charge into chemistry. Water is split, electrons flow. A gradient forms across a membrane as protons pile up on one side. ATP synthase, a rotary enzyme elegant as any turbine, clicks into work and coins the energy currency life spends. A second cycle fixes carbon, pinning atmospheric CO2 into sugars with an enzyme so common it may be the most abundant protein on Earth. The path has variants for heat and drought, and the details of regulation still reward careful study. But the melody is the same. Light becomes leaf, becomes forest, becomes the cooled, shaded air you're breathing now. Some light is tuned for timing rather than power. Special retinal cells, rare and unshowy compared with rods and cones, contain a pigment that answers specifically to blue. These ganglion cells do not ask what you see, they ask what time it is. They report dawn and dusk directly to the master clock in your brain, a cluster of neurons arching above where the optic nerves cross. From there, hormones adjust, temperature drifts, sleepiness rises and falls. When evening light is too bright or too blue, the message is ambiguous and the clock hesitates. When morning arrives cleanly, the system hums in tune. You feel it on days when sunrise finds your window. A gentle certainty that the day has decided to begin. And your body, consulted politely, agrees. We do not see light, we see with it. In the retina, rods stand watch in the dim and report in shades. Cones, fewer but precise, whisper color. There are three main kinds in most human eyes, with sensitivities that overlap and braid, allowing 1,000 subtle verdicts from combinations of three. Color itself is not resident in the world. It is a construction, the brain's tidy solution to spectral complexity. Yet the illusions it builds are sturdy enough to guide a hand to ripe fruit, to persuade a painter which pigment will quiet a scene, to let a child declare that the sky is blue and be understood. Under starlight, rods rule and the world turns silver. Under noon, cones take over and green insists on itself. Some colors are not pigments at all, but structures. A peacock's feather is brown if you grind it to powder. Its famous iridescence comes from microscopic layers that make a theater of interference. Light waves fold and cancel and amplify depending on their path, and your eye receives a result more electric than any dye could give. The same trick works in a beetle's shell and on a crow's wing, where a subtle oil-slick sheen moves like thought across black. In opal, tiny silica spheres arranged with near regularity diffract light into play. Tilt the stone and the pattern retunes. Nature uses geometry to edit radiance. In the deep sea, where sunlight fails, light blooms from within. The chemistry has already visited you, luciferin meeting oxygen with the help of luciferase. But the choreography changes with habitat. Some creatures dangle lures. Some outline their bodies to erase their silhouettes against faint starlight from above. Some flash in crisp Morse when startled, a startle that startles the predator behind theirs. On warm summer nights, a field may mimic this language when fireflies synchronize by millions, adjusting their phases until the meadow blinks as one. An emergent rhythm as gentle as rain. We know much about the ions and proteins that make these lights. Why they calm us is a different science, one of memory and association, and a nervous system happy to be briefly surprised. Beyond color and glow lies light's pressure, small but real. Photons carry momentum, and their collective push can turn the vanes of a radiometer in near vacuum or nudge a comet's tail outward from the sun. Engineers imagine solar sails, thin films that you'd catch sunlight like a steady wind and drift a patient craft outward without fuel. The force is faint, but space is generous with distance. What begins as almost nothing becomes enough. Auroras are light as negotiation. The sun throws charged particles into space, and the Earth's magnetic field answers with a firm curve that guides them toward the poles. In the upper atmosphere, those particles jostle oxygen and nitrogen into excited states. When the atoms calm, they release photons, greens and reds from oxygen, blues and purples from nitrogen. curtains and arcs and diffusing veils that step and ripple silently. What you see from the ground is a slowed echo of molecules quivering and settling. The physics is exact. The feeling remains a kind of ache, like remembering a song you used to know by heart. Light also writes secrets that must be coaxed to read. Polarization, the tendency of waves to align in a particular plane, scatters through the sky in patterns many insects can sense. Bees use it to find the sun behind cloud. Ants navigate deserts with it, and leaves respond to the angle because it tells them about the day. Humans learn to tame polarization with films that block glare and with instruments that detect stress in tempered glass, revealing rainbows like fragile maps. Underwater, polarization can clarify what color alone obscures. A cuttlefish can alter how it reflects polarized light to send messages another cuttlefish reads, and a predator does not. In laboratories, light slows to a walking pace inside exotic media, or stops altogether for a breath. Squeezed through a slit, it diffracts. Sent through two slits, it makes interference fringes that insist it is a wave until you watch closely for which slit, and then it behaves as a particle. None of this is a contradiction. It is the testimony of an entity that does not need our categories to be consistent. The practical result is everywhere. Fibers that carry your voice and this very story as pulses along hair-thin threads. Sensors that read the distances in your room. Tiny switches on chips that answer faster than any mechanical device could. When light meets matter in your room tonight, it becomes mood. A narrow lamp makes a cone on the wall, and the edges of the cone are soft because light travels not as a single beam, but as a spread of angles, filtered by shade and texture. Bed linen lifts a highlight and keeps a shadow. Wood drinks the orange and returns the rest as brown. Skin, with its layers of oil and water and collagen, scatters and absorbs and glows in a manner you know intimately without equations. You turn the light down, and everything hushes. Melatonin starts its small river, pupils widen, the blue sensing cells report evening with relief. Some theories suggest that ancient organisms responded to daily light cycles long before eyes. Little switches that changed chemistry with the rise and fall of irradiance. Today, circadian machinery sits in nearly every cell. A set of genes that turn one another on and off with a period near 24 hours, entrained by light counted at the retina and by temperature and feeding and social cues. Even plants keep accurate time. A sunflower tracks the sun not by simple following, but by growth that anticipates where the sun will be tomorrow. The world is a clock with many hands. Light is the tick you can trust. Close your eyes and light remains. An afterimage like a soft ember behind the lids. Photopigments take a moment to reset. The signal decays with grace. In that private dusk, memory works better with fewer distractions, and the day begins to sort itself into drawers. What to keep, what to let go. Somewhere in your brain, synapses that fired together under morning's clean light hold hands more firmly. Others release and make room. Sleep is not absence. It is this quiet curation, and light, withdrawing, is the curator's friend. Outside, the last strip of orange gives up the horizon to violet. A satellite crosses, a small, tidy star moving with obedient purpose. Its panels sip sunlight when they can and store the day for the dark. Far beyond, photons that left another sun before cities existed touch the cornea of an owl and turn into a decision to turn its head. Closer by, a moth arrives at your window and misreads the porch light as the moon, turning in slow, confused spirals that you know how to fix by switching the bulb off. The world settles. The physics continues. Leaves fold, stomata change their minds. Chloroplasts tuck their machinery for night shift. Your room becomes a simple arrangement of edges and soft gradations. The kind of scene the eye learned to love on the savannah and in caves where fire painted stone. You breathe, and the breath feels lit from within, as if the day has left a small lamp in you. Ahead waits water again. But this time, it is not the sea moving around the planet. It is water itself moving through every shape we know. Binding, flowing, beating, carving, lifting, and letting go. The whisper of the next part is already on your skin like cool vapor. Water moves without hurry and without permission. It takes the shape of everything, yet keeps a character of its own. Polar molecules angled like tiny magnets, hydrogen on one side, oxygen pulling electrons a little closer on the other. That small asymmetry is enough to make neighbors cling. Hydrogen bonds form and break in trillionths of a second. A restless handshake that, taken together, gives water its stubborn surface, its high heat capacity, its improbable grip on life. Set a glass on the table and look. The surface curves up at the edges where water climbs the glass, adhesion cording the wall while cohesion keeps the sheet intact. Surface tension tightens the skin until a small insect can skate across. Legs dimpling the mirror but not breaking it. Inside your veins, these same forces help blood wet the narrowest capillaries. In plants, cohesion and adhesion join with evaporation at the leaf to pull columns of water upward through xylem. The tallest trees drink from their roots, not with a pump, but with a chain of molecules holding one another's hands. The sun lifting the last ones at the top as vapor slips into the air. The cohesion tension mechanism is measured, modeled, and still quietly astonishing each time you imagine it working through a redwood's height. Water hoards and releases warmth with grace. Because hydrogen bonds resist sudden motion, it takes more energy to heat water than most liquids. And once warm, it gives that heat back slowly. Lakes moderate the swing of seasons along their shores. Sea breezes flatten extremes on coasts. On a smaller scale, the same property softens your own temperature shifts. Sweat borrowing the body's heat as it evaporates. Blood distributing warmth where it is needed. Move your hand through a basin, and the cool steadiness you feel is physics at its most kind. At 0 degrees Celsius under standard conditions, the lattice changes. Ice opens into a hexagonal structure that is less dense than liquid water. Most substances shrink as they become solid. Water expands, floats, and shelters what lies below. Ponds seal themselves with a lid of winter under which fish continue. Oxygen exchanges continue. Microbial recipes continue, slowed but not stopped. Snow falls as the visible arithmetic of that lattice. Six-fold symmetry recorded in the air's own diary of humidity and temperature. Grind a flake to powder and you have ice. Hold it whole and you have a sentence formed by path and pause. Fog writes the near-ground version of cloud. When air cools to its dew point, invisible vapor condenses on aerosols and dust, the world quietly deciding to be visible. Dew beating along a leaf at dawn is curve and chemistry together. Droplets bulging into spheres where surface tension keeps a tidy perimeter until weight invites them to join and slide. On winter mornings, the same moisture forms hoarfrost, feathery crystals radiating from grass blades and fence wires as if the night had been practicing calligraphy. Water's transformations carry heat across the map. Evaporation steals energy from the surface it leaves, cooling skin, soil, ocean. Condensation gives that energy back higher in the sky, fueling updrafts and deepening storms. Latent heat is a traveler that pays its debts. A tropical thunderhead is not only a column of vapor turned to droplets, it is also a machine for moving heat upward to where the planet can radiate it to space. The grand cycle: evaporation, transport, condensation, precipitation, runoff, infiltration, turns continuously with local accents, monsoons that tilt whole seasons, lake-effect snows that write stripes along a map, afternoon showers where forests exhale. Below your feet, water becomes patience. Rain seeps through pores between grains of sand and silt, gathers in fractures in bedrock, and settles into aquifers, vast, slow rivers moving inches to feet per day. Porosity provides storage. Permeability provides path. Some aquifers are unconfined and breathe with the weather. Some are capped by less permeable layers and build pressure so that wells flow without pumping. Artesian from the reservoir you cannot see. When springs rise, they testify to geology's plumbing, water carving a return from stone to light. Where limestone dominates, carbonic acid in rain, weak but insistent, dissolves calcium carbonate and leaves underground rooms behind. Caverns with dripstone calendars on their ceilings. Stalactites grow by droplets, millimeters per century, each ring a record of trace elements carried by the drip. Rivers do not simply carry water downhill, they carry time. A young stream is straight and quick, all eagerness. As it matures, it learns to meander, slicing into its outer banks on curves and laying down point bars on inner ones, moving sideways as much as down. Over years, loops tighten until the river cuts its own neck and leaves an oxbow behind. Half-moon lakes where frogs rehearse and dragonflies hold acrobatic courts. A delta at the mouth reconciles river with sea, sediment fanning into fingers that build land grain by grain, as long as supply and tide cooperate. Interrupt the flow with walls and the downstream land starves. Let silt move and a coastline thickens like a callus. Water inside living cells is more than backdrop. It biases the folding of proteins, coaxing hydrophobic parts inward and polar parts out, helping chains of amino acids settle into shapes that work. Membranes of phospholipids arrange with hydrophilic heads facing water and hydrophobic tails hidden away, improvising barriers and selective gates that distinguish a self from its surroundings. Ions move across those membranes along gradients that make nerve impulses and muscular contractions. Channels open, pumps push, and the solvent provides both medium and motive. Cells are mostly water by count of molecules, and even the parts that are not rely on water's stubborn polarity to behave. Bodies keep to narrow salinities. Freshwater fish are surrounded by dilute medium and constantly leak salts. They drink little and excrete copious dilute urine, gills actively importing ions. Marine fish swim in the opposite problem. Their environment holds more solute than their blood, and they drink seawater, excreting excess salts through specialized cells. Your own kidneys move water under hormone guidance, reclaiming it from filtrate or letting it go, tuning blood osmolarity so that cells neither swell nor shrivel. Thirst arrives as a precise chemistry, a polite knock that becomes insistent only when ignored. Glaciers are slow water with memory. Snow accumulates, compacts into firn and then into ice, expelling air until bubbles are caught and held as tiny time capsules. Cores drilled from Greenland and Antarctica take those bubbles back to laboratories where trapped gases, CO2, methane, isotopes of oxygen, reconstruct climates and atmospheres across hundreds of thousands of years. A glacier moves under its own weight, ice deforming plastically at depth, sliding at the base when meltwater greases the bed. Where it grinds, it leaves U-shaped valleys and polished rock. Where it pauses, it builds moraines, rubbish heaps of stone that trace the front's breath in and out through ages. When it melts, rivers leap from blue doors at its snout, shock cold and full of silt. On hot days, a mirage draws sky into road because density changes with heat. Light bends downward toward denser air and returns an image that convincingly resembles water. The illusion is honest about its physics, even as it deceives your eye. Another oddity, called the Mpemba effect, has been reported in which, under certain conditions, hot water freezes faster than cold. It remains debated. Different setups give different outcomes, and the mechanisms proposed range from evaporation to convection to dissolved gases. The open question is part of water's character. Even for the substance we know best, some edges stay interesting. Caves breathe in and out as pressure shifts, and sinkholes open when water dissolves enough of a ceiling that gravity claims the rest. In deserts, rare rains ride arroyos back into the land in hours. In wetlands, slow sheets of water crawl through grasses, building peat grain by grain. Permafrost seals the freezer of old carbon until warmth lingers and thaws. Then water loosens what ice bound, and ground slumps into thermokarst, new ponds stippling the tundra. The cryosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere are not separate agencies. They are departments sharing a single ledger, water's ink crossing every page. Your body is a lake bordered by bone. About 60% water by mass, you carry internal seas with their own tides. Cerebrospinal fluid cushions and clears the brain. Lymph ferries immune cells. Plasma carries salts, sugars, hormones, heat. During sleep, channels between brain cells widen, and interstitial fluid flows more freely, part of a cleansing system that removes metabolites more efficiently in the dark hours. Even here, water keeps a schedule, its quiet housekeeping aligned to the clocks set by light. Step outside after rain, and the world smells reset. Petrichor rises from oils, and geosmin teased loose by drops. Ozone sharpens the edge when lightning has passed. Leaves shed beads in slow sequences. Gutters speak softly. A roof prints its temporary rivers on the ground. And those lines fade into soil that holds the new gift if structure allows. Somewhere, a small stream has changed from clear to tea to chocolate and back again, while carrying silt to a place that needs it. You can drink snowmelt from a cupped palm in imagination and feel your mouth's warmth erase the crystal's architecture. You can watch a heron hunt in water shallow enough to mirror sky. Each careful step sending rings outward that mark time more honestly than a clock. You can picture a child lowering a paper boat. The boat catching a current you know will carry it around a bend and out of sight. And trust that there is a lake somewhere downstream to receive it. By now, the room has its own tide. Inhale, the shore comes near. Exhale, it goes. Your thoughts have learned something from this element. To hold their shape lightly, to carry what they must, to change state without fear. The ocean taught you distance. Rivers taught you patience. Rain taught you return. Water has been solvent and sculptor, canvas and ink. It keeps the world running not with drama, but with repetition refined into grace. Listen. In that hush is the sound of intelligence practicing. A beaver sets a dam on a stream to raise a pond that will hide its door. An octopus unscrews a jar after trying the latch with 3 arms at once. Elephants map water holes across dry lands and share that map over generations. The next chapter belongs to the minds that live within these systems, the quiet, various ways that nature solves problems and remembers. Let the last coolness of imagined dew sit on your skin. As it evaporates, it invites you forward, into the company of creatures thinking with fins and trunks and feathers, and forests thinking without a brain at all. Intelligence wears many bodies. Some have hands and a gaze that meets yours. Others have tentacles or feathers, or a lattice of hyphae weaving through soil without eyes at all. The forest you just left is thinking in exchanges and gradients. The water you drank was part of a conversation among clouds and stones. Now the creatures themselves step forward, not loudly, but with the confidence of long practice. An octopus feels with thought. 2/3 of its neurons live in its arms, so sensation and decision can begin at the fingertips. Suckers sampling texture and taste, passing rapid messages back to a central brain shaped like a donut. In aquariums, octopuses learn how to unscrew jars, pick locks, and rearrange the furniture at night. In the wild, they select and carry coconut shells to assemble portable shelters. You picture a soft body gliding across the seafloor, pausing to lift a lid, settling inside with a composure that looks very much like satisfaction. Some reports of octopus mischief are embellished by affection, but the core is sound. This is problem solving distributed through flesh, thinking that happens in the reach. Crows keep notebooks you cannot see. They remember faces, hold grudges, and teach their young which silhouettes in the sky are safe and which are not. In careful studies, New Caledonian crows fashion hooks from twigs or even bend wire into a tool when nothing ready-made is at hand. Ravens steal from wolves and reward those who find them friends. A crow will drop nuts at a crosswalk and wait for the light to change, so cars will crack the shells for them. What looks like coincidence becomes, on repetition, a quiet method. Each time you watch a beak grip a twig and turn it into a key, you understand that intelligence is not a rung on a ladder, but a field with many paths across it. Elephants navigate with memory that outlives drought. The matriarch's long map, waterholes, migration corridors, safe valleys, can decide a family's fate in a hard year. They recognize themselves in mirrors and touch bones with the hesitant gentleness we reserve for the graves of our own. Some field reports speak of mourning. Science, careful with words, notes behaviors consistent with social attachment and loss. The details are still being drawn, but the sense is clear. A mind large enough to carry landscapes is large enough to feel when one disappears. Bees vote with dances. A scout finds a hollow tree or cavity in rock, returns, and traces a waggle run across the comb that encodes distance and direction relative to the sun. Others follow and check her claim, Competing dances fill the darkness like soft little arrows. Through repeated visits and persuasion, a consensus forms, and the swarm commits. It is decision-making by physics and enthusiasm, a parliament in nectar-scented dark. Bees sleep too, and when they do, the neurons that keep their memories seem to tidy experiences into something usable. The next morning's dance is surer. Intelligence can be tiny and still exact. There are fish that aim. Archerfish learn to compensate for refraction, spitting precise jets to knock insects from leaves above water. There are wrasses that use rocks as anvils, smashing clams open with repeated blows, positioning the shell just so against a chosen tool. There are cleaner fish that run clinics, exchanging parasites for mucus and negotiating trust with clients who could eat them in a heartbeat. What looks like routine becomes strategy when you watch slowly. Choice of angle, trial and adjustment, a patient competence at being alive. Termite mounds breathe like organs. Without an architect, a colony raises a tower with buttresses and chimneys that catch wind and create pressure differences. Stale air is drawn out, fresh air pulled in, humidity regulated by the living walls themselves. The pattern emerges from local rules and local labor. Pellet placed here because the pheromone smells strong. Tunnel widened there because carbon dioxide rises. Ants do the same in miniature. Bridges assembled from living bodies, roads cleared and resurfaced by feet alone. Food routes optimized by nothing but the evaporation of scent and the attraction of more feet to stronger trails. Individually, these insects follow simple cues. Collectively, they solve geometry in motion. A beaver's dam is more than a home. It is a hypothesis proven daily. Place sticks at this angle, pack mud here, accept the force of water not as an enemy, but as a collaborator. The pooled pond hides entrances from winter cold and predators. It slows floods, raises the water table, invites willows and herons and dragonflies. Stitches a wetland where a narrow stream once hurried through. There is no speech in the building, no blueprint on a board, just inherited instincts, refined by practice and adjusted to the nuances of slope and flow. The result is engineering with benefits to neighbors the beaver will never meet. Dolphins call one another by signature whistles that function like names. Mothers teach calves the contours of these sounds. Companions can imitate them to summon or refer. The ocean sound corridor you visited earlier carries these signatures farther than sight. Whales, too, compose songs that change across seasons. Some phrases spread through a population the way a favorite melody drifts through a city in summer. Whether this is culture in the strict academic sense depends on definitions. The evidence grows year by year that learning and tradition are not human monopolies. Even slime molds, with no neurons at all, solve mazes. Spread in a thin film, they extend threads along many paths, retracting from dead ends, strengthening lines to food until a clean, efficient network remains. In famous experiments, a slime mold laid links among oat flakes arranged like cities on a map and produced a pattern resembling a region's railway. No one claims foresight in this behavior. It is feedback, chemoattraction, growth, and retreat. Yet the product is a plan, drawn without a drafter, that uses minimum resources to connect the most. Some theories suggest that similar principles operate in fungal networks under forests, allocating resources along demand gradients. The specifics are under study, and the temptation to call it thinking must be resisted. Still, The world is full of problems solved without a brain. Plants themselves pulse with signals. When a leaf is touched, ions shift, and an electrical wave moves along tissue at a speed slow compared with nerves and swift compared with sap. Venus flytraps count the touches of a struggling insect. Only after a threshold do the lobes seal completely and digestion begins. Mimosa leaves fold when brushed, then reopen. And over repeated harmless touches, some studies report a kind of habituation, a softening of the reflex. How far to carry words like memory here remains debated. Yet plant cells do integrate information and act upon it, opening and closing stomata, adjusting growth toward or away from stimuli, and do so with a quiet precision that shapes entire landscapes. Parrots learn words for human objects, not as simple mimicry, but with mapping that sometimes surprises us in its accuracy. Goffin's cockatoos invent tools in captivity, not because a species manual told them to, but because curiosity met opportunity. Dogs read human gestures, pointing, gaze, eyebrows raised in question, with fluency rare among animals not raised by us for tens of thousands of years. Selective breeding leaned their cognition toward companionship. And the result is a mind that understands what you mean when you only half say it. Pigs solve puzzles for better food. Rats press levers not only for sugar water, but sometimes to release a trapped companion. With careful replication, some of these findings hold, others soften. The field matures by testing affection with method. We are drawn to stories where animals look like us because empathy likes mirrors. Science asks for more. Controls, definitions, frameworks that travel across species without flattery. The picture that emerges is both humbling and kind. Intelligence is not a single summit with a ladder up one side. It is a plane with many elevations. Memory here, spatial reasoning there, social inference farther on, each shaped by a landscape of needs. An octopus knows the reef with its skin. A bat composes a room by listening to its own voice, stitched into echoes. A bee sees polarization where we see glare. You let these modes of knowing drift through you like a breeze, and your own mind loosens its grip on the idea that there is only one way to think. Night deepens. Somewhere, a murmuration of starlings draws a living smoke above a field, redistributing risk by moving as one. The mathematics of their turns is exactly what it needs to be. Sensitive, bounded, fast. Somewhere, wolves test the air at a ridge and choose their route by sense braided with memory. Somewhere, a cuttlefish changes its pattern in a fraction of a second, skin becoming terrain, edges blurred into rock and sand. You fall into the rhythm of competence that does not boast, of minds that get on with the task of living and leave the theory to us. If there is a single thread through these examples, it is timing. A waggle dance aligned to the sun's position, a migrating herd that departs when grass fattens and rain lines move, a reef that spawns on a certain night after a certain moon. Intelligence, in body and in group, is married to clocks that tick in chromosomes and in sky. You can feel those clocks beginning to stir at the edge of attention. The way dawn has a scent before it has a color. The way your own energy rises and softens in cycles that answer to light. Let your breath follow that cycle now, slow and regular as a sleeping animal's. The room is quiet. The narrative unspools without tugging. Ahead waits the architecture of timing itself. The hidden clocks inside muscle and leaf, brain and liver, plankton and owl. Oscillations that tie behavior today and season and tide. The world keeps time without watches. You are ready to listen to that metronome and let it carry you deeper into rest. The world carries many clocks, none of them ticking. Light lifts, shadows swing, birds revise their songs, leaves loosen or tighten their pores, and somewhere in the deep, a plankton turns its tiny body toward dawn it cannot see. Time is not a number here. It is a pulse that tissues learn to read. If you listen, even with your eyes closed, you can feel it. An order that asks nothing dramatic of you, only that you relax into its rhythm. Inside your head, above the crossing of the optic nerves, sits a cluster of neurons the size of a grain of rice on each side. These are the suprachiasmatic nuclei, the SCN, the master timekeepers. They count the day not with gears, but with genes that turn one another on and off in loops that take about 24 hours to complete. Clock and BMAL. One encourage the making of PR and cry, purr and cry, when abundant, wander back and quiet the very partners that called them into being. The cycle resets as levels fall. Temperature, ions, and neurotransmitters season the loop. The remarkable property is stability. The period holds close to a day, even when temperature changes. The clock runs temperature compensated, so that summer does not race ahead and winter does not stall. The SCN does not work from rumor. Specialized retinal cells, the ones that do not ask about shapes or colors, send it news of light. Their pigment, melanopsin, is most responsive to blue. And when morning arrives, those fibers whisper now to the clock. From there, signals ripple outward through neural highways and hormones to the rest of you. The pineal gland lowers or raises its flow of melatonin, the quiet chemical that darkens the mind's room and helps sleep arrive. Cortisol, the body's careful steward of alertness and metabolism, rises before dawn like a backstage crew setting the stage. Body temperature drifts up toward afternoon and eases down toward night. None of this needs your permission. It is the planet, counted inside you. Every organ holds its own time. Liver, gut, heart, even skin. Each carries a local clock made of the same gene loops. Tuned by the SCN, but not entirely beholden to it. When you change meal times, the liver listens. When you shift your exercise, muscles adjust their schedules. When you keep late light on your face, the SCN hears it first. When you snack at midnight, the liver hears it louder. For a while, the orchestra can drift into different keys. Central time insisting on the night while the gut thinks it is noon. And you feel the muddle as heaviness or alertness at the wrong hour. Realignment happens with patience and cues given in the right order. Light on mornings, meals and movement soon after. Evenings, soft and simple. Chronotype is the body's polite preference. Some of us are larks, waking early with clear minds. Some are owls, bright in late hours. Most live between, bending as jobs and families require. There is biology in it. Differences in clock genes, age, season, and latitude all tilt our tendencies. Teenagers stretch toward the evening. Elders drift back toward dawn. None of this is moral. It is scheduling. When society's time demands ride roughshod over body's time, sleep hides and health pays. When habits meet biology halfway, the days become easier to carry. Travel east and you must shorten your cycle. Travel west and you lengthen it. The clock can do both, but shortening tends to be harder. A few days of bright morning light and gentle evenings, regular meals and familiar movement help the hands of the inner watches swing around together. Some shift workers use this same dance when nights are required. Dark the bedroom in the day, blue light quiet in the hours before sleep. A fixed wake time when possible. Naps as bridges, not replacements. Even with care, there are edges. Night work is an accommodation, not a natural fit. And bodies tell the truth over time. Listening is a kindness you can offer yourself. While you rest, another rhythm moves within sleep itself. Humans cycle through stages in roughly 90-minute arcs, down into non-REM's quieter depths, where slow waves wash across the cortex like wind over grain, up into REM, where eyes twitch under lids and the brain rehearses sensations with the muscles mostly stilled. Early in the night, deep non-REM dominates. Toward morning, REM claims more space. Memory sorts itself along these waves. Facts often favor slow-wave sleep. Emotional tone finds work in REM. And the day's experiences are edited into something you can carry without strain. Adenosine, a compound that rises while you're awake, builds sleep pressure like sand gathering in an hourglass. When you sleep, it drains. Caffeine borrows clarity by occupying adenosine's chairs for a while. Eventually, the true guests return. Outside your window, timing writes behavior in other species with as much firmness as it writes yours. Plants count nights as carefully as they count days. Some refuse to flower until a certain length of darkness has passed. A photoperiodic test that keeps seeds from risking winter. Sunflowers track the sun by differential growth. Cells on one side of the stem elongate more than the other in anticipation of where dawn will be tomorrow. Leaves fold at night, a sleep-like movement called nectinasty, driven by changes in pressure in special leaf cells. They reopen by day as if the forest itself were breathing. Cyanobacteria, ancient and unassuming, keep time with proteins, Kaya, Ki-B, Ki-C, that can, even in a test tube with the right ingredients, run a 24-hour phosphorylation ballet without the rest of the cell. To call it elegant is to use a human word for a universal competence. Along coasts, tides arrive with a second metronome. Crabs and worms set their foraging and hiding to the moon's pull. And when kept in aquaria far from the sea, some keep the beat anyway for days, as if the old rhythm echoes inside them. Coral reefs release gametes into the water column on particular nights after particular full moons. The sea turns into a pale snow of beginnings that drift and meet and settle. Migratory birds check daylight's length to set departures and arrivals, weaving magnetic sense with star maps and learned landscapes. Salmon smell the specific chemistry of home rivers and time their return to snowmelt and rain. Even microbes rise and fall with light, climbing toward the sunlit surface of ponds in the morning and sinking by dusk. 100 million tiny pistons marking the hours. In your own gut, microbes contract and wander with your feeding schedule, their populations blooming and thinning on a cadence that sachets with your own. Circadian misalignment can nudge those communities into new balances. Resynced routines invite them back. We are not solitary clocks. We are clock towers in towns of other clocks. Social timing is its own weather. Meals shared, laughter arriving after sunset, song and talk that stretch toward midnight during festivals. These cue the body as surely as light. Modern life adds devices that mimic day and deliver blue at hours when the blue sensing cells would rather rest. A candle changes the message. So does an amber lamp and a book that asks nothing urgent. The simplest practice is ancient. Catch morning light with your eyes, in a window if you must, under a sky if you can, and let evening grow dim on purpose. The clock adores reliability. There is room for mystery and caution. How much helping plants do for one another via clocks and chemicals is under active study. And not every beautiful story survives the rigor of replication. The shape of the loops, how genes, ions, and temperatures knit the 24 hours together, keeps revealing new stitches. But the broad truth is strong. Time is written into bodies, and bodies answer. As you breathe now, your own rhythms settle. Inhale lengthens a little the time between heartbeats. Exhale shortens it. A natural variation called respiratory sinus arrhythmia. A conversation between breath and heart that relaxes the nervous system when allowed to flow. The room is dark enough to tell the SCN that night is safe. The hands of your inner clocks are aligned, or at least leaning toward one another with goodwill. You do not need to manage them. You only need to stop arguing with the dusk. Listen to the cadence you've been moving through tonight. Ocean swell, tree sap, soil sigh, cloud drift, photon step, water's round trip, animal wit. This inner metronome. Patterns everywhere. From the grace of a fern to the spacing of waves on a shore, to the way branches capture light without stealing it from one another. The next path is through those patterns themselves. The quiet mathematics that lives in shells and leaves, snowflakes and coastlines, lightning and lungs. Ratios that comfort the eye, spirals that waste nothing, curves that appear where growth is patient and constraints are kind. Let your breath trace one more cycle in, one more cycle out. When you open the door ahead, the world will organize itself into a music you have seen all your life without learning its name. Patterns arrive before names. A child gathers shells and notices spirals without needing mathematics. A walker looks up at winter branches and feels order in the way they divide. Even in sleep, your breath follows curves more than lines. Beauty often begins as recognition. This shape again, but not quite the same. This rhythm repeating, with room for surprise. Some numbers wear the world openly. Take the Fibonacci sequence, where each term sums the two before. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and onward. If you divide a term by the one before it, the ratio drifts toward the golden number, about 1.618, the value whose reciprocal is itself -1. A symmetry tucked into arithmetic. In growing tips of certain plants, new leaves or seeds emerge at angles that disperse them evenly around a center, often close to 137.5 degrees, the golden angle. The result is phyllotaxis, spirals that balance sunlight and space, as in sunflowers and pine cones. Count the winding arms in one direction and in the other. The totals often sit next to each other in the Fibonacci list. It isn't magic. It is geometry meeting growth, where crowding must be minimized. The golden ratio has collected myths, claims that it governs every masterpiece and face. Many do not hold under careful measurement. But in places where radial packing must be efficient, that angle appears because it wastes least. Fractals tell a different story. Complexity that repeats at scales. Fern fronds split into smaller fronds that resemble the whole. Romanesco cauliflower builds a forest of conical buds, each a miniature echo of its neighbors. River networks branch and sub-branch until the map looks like a tree drawn upside down. Lungs do the opposite inside you, branching from trachea to bronchi to bronchioles to alveoli, a 17-plus generation cascade that maximizes surface area within a finite volume. Lightning draws a Lichtenberg figure through air, a crackling dendrite that finds many paths at once and keeps only the ones that conducted best. Snow on a windshield melts from warm spots outward and leaves ragged fractal edges behind. These patterns are not simply pretty. They solve problems. How to move liquid or electrical charge, how to exchange gases, how to explore space efficiently with limited material. Look closer at a soap film spread across a wire frame. It finds a shape that minimizes surface area for a given boundary. A minimal surface that mathematicians can describe and that your eyes love because economy tends to be graceful. In a cluster of soap bubbles, internal walls meet at precise angles, and the faces lean toward hexagons. The most efficient way to partition space with equal shapes in 2 dimensions. Honeybees build hexagonal comb for reasons of thrift and strength. Wax is expensive to a bee, and a hexagon wastes less than circles or squares. Basalt columns laid by cooling lava freeze into hexagonal arrays for similar reasons. Stresses distribute evenly, and fractures choose the geometry that relieves them with least fuss. Efficiency has an aesthetic not because we are moral about waste, but because repeated solutions train the eye to relax. Animal coats and skins wear equations you can almost hear. Spots and stripes can arise from reaction diffusion, a dance between chemicals that activate and inhibit pigment production while diffusing through tissue at different speeds. The British mathematician Alan Turing wrote the simplest version of this idea in 1952. And since then, biologists have measured specific molecules and patterns that fit the model in fish, mammals, and seashells. Zebrafish stripes can break and reconnect. Jaguar rosettes can turn to spots on tails where geometry changes. Giraffe patches divide like parcels on a map drawn by a surveyor with a steady hand. None of this is allegory. It is chemistry shaped by growth and boundary. And the forms, while not universal, feel familiar the instant you see them. On butterfly wings, color can come from pigments or from structure. Scales overlap like roof tiles, and microscopic ridges and lamellae create interference that produces blues more intense than any dye. The famous Morphos color is not blue ink. It is air and keratin and a geometry that insists on blue. If you grind the scales to dust, the blue dies because geometry is gone. Peacock feathers, beetle shells, even the subtle oil-slick sheen on a crow's wing rely on similar optics. Somewhere in your memory, the lesson takes root. What you call color is maybe a collaboration between light's wave nature and matter's architecture. The world tessellates. A dragonfly's eye is a tight mosaic of lenses. A giraffe's coat outlines a Voronoi diagram, a partitioning of space into regions closest to each of many centers. Cities, viewed from the air at night, echo the same mathematics. Streetlights competing for territory, borders negotiated by brightness and road. Cracks on parched mud radiate in polygons where stresses pull evenly. Even the cells in a leaf arrange themselves to fill space with minimum fuss, their walls pushing and yielding like a puzzle completed without a box. Symmetry soothes us, then asymmetry makes us look. Human bodies are built on bilateral plans, left and right in near mirror with purposeful departures, heart shifted, liver set to one side, a twist in the gut that resolves loops into roots. Faces lean towards symmetry, but are rarely perfect. Perhaps the small difference tells us we are looking at a living thing and not a mask. Many flowers present radial symmetry to invite visitors from all directions. Others, orchids, snapdragons, break symmetry to point pollinators toward the exact doorway where pollen lies. When symmetry breaks in development, patterns appear, sometimes predictably. Snowflakes begin as hexagons because of water's crystal lattice, but each arm grows with small accidents of humidity and temperature. The result is orderly uniqueness. In physics, symmetry breaking at the earliest moments of the universe is a hypothesis that helps explain why forces and particles differ. The details are technical and still under study. And the poetry you feel at the idea should be carried lightly, marked as idea rather than proof. Spirals return like a favorite phrase. Nautilus shells expand logarithmically, keeping shape while growing size. Vines twine around supports with handedness that species tend to keep. Clockwise or counterclockwise, a biological chirality echoed in molecules. Amino acids in most earthly life are left-handed, sugars right-handed. Why biology settled on that choice remains an open question wrapped in plausible theories. Early catalysts, polarized light, chance amplified by selection, each has a case. What is certain is that handedness gives shape its persistence. A snail's shell that coils left rather than right changes matings and predation. The rule matters in small daily ways. Coastlines refuse to measure neatly. The closer your ruler, the longer the length, because small bays and inlets that were invisible to a coarse measurement add to the total. This coastline paradox is not trickery, but a reminder that the world holds detail at many scales. Mountains show similar stubbornness. Ridges within ridges, drainage basins nested like boxes in boxes. Air currents over dunes generate repeating waves of sand, whose spacing depends on wind and grain. You can read the prevailing direction as if the landscape had written you a note. On a frozen lake, wind combs snow into sastrugi, hard ridges that runners and travelers learn to angle across. Patterns save effort because once you read them, you can walk with them. Your body loves pattern because pattern is prediction. Neural circuits favor regularity when it helps. Edges that align, rhythms that repeat, symmetries that allow you to guess the rest from the part you see. Psychologists call it processing fluency, the ease with which the brain digests a scene. And experiments suggest we feel pleasure when perception costs less strain. But beauty is not only ease, it is also the small deviation that wakes attention without starting a fight. A tree with perfect symmetry looks artificial. A tree with a crow's nest and one bough broken becomes a story. In music, harmonics stack in simple ratios. Octave at 2, 1, perfect fifth at 3, 2. And ears steeped in many cultures often find those relationships pleasant. In optics, pleasing rectangles sometimes lean near the golden ratio. In architecture, proportions that mirror bodies or familiar vistas comfort us because our nervous systems have practiced them since infancy. None of these rules are commandments. Many have been oversold as universal. Yet, across time and place, organisms and people meet in the quiet truth that constraint begets grace. Give growth a boundary and a goal, and it will find an efficient curve. Give a flock a rule, match neighbors without colliding, and it will draw a living ribbon over a field. At the edge of sleep, minimal surfaces, phyllotaxis spirals, branching trees in lung and river, reaction diffusion coats, iridescent feathers, Voronoi tiles, honeycomb arrays, coastline fringes. All of them set a gentle metronome in the mind. The mathematics behind them does not shout, it whispers. This is how to fit many needs into small space. This is how to distribute, how to cool, how to carry, how to protect. You do not need formulas to receive the comfort. It arrives as recognition. The world is not random at human scales. It is negotiated. Outside, frost veils a window in ferns that grow from nothing but vapor and cold glass. A lamp across the street is softened into a star by the pattern your eyelashes impose on light. Somewhere, a gecko's foot hangs upside down from a pane, held by van der Waals forces multiplied over millions of hairs. Adhesion born from physics so slight that only pattern makes it strong. Somewhere else, a river is rewriting a bend one grain at a time. Let your breath follow a spiral, widening fractionally on each exhale, then returning. Shapes that organize the living also organize rest. Ahead lies stone that remembers not patterns on leaves, but time itself. Layers pressed into mountains, continents drifting like slow ice, fossils holding the shapes of vanished tides. You will lie down inside that slowness and feel your thoughts take the tempo of rock. The curve in you flattens to a horizon. The day sets like a sun behind a ridge, and night waits with patience that does not need to move. Stone holds its breath for a very long time. Lay your hand on a slab of granite and feel the cool that refuses to hurry. The rock is not still. It is only moving at a scale that asks patience of clocks. Layers settle, rise, tilt. Mountains lift like slow tides and fall again to sand. Seas come and go, leaving chalk where fish once drifted and salt where lagoons forgot to return to the open water. If you could listen with the right ears, you would hear the planet turning not in hours, but in epochs. The crust is a set of plates afloat on softer mantle, a mosaic whose pieces slide past, collide, and part, powered by heat rising from the planet's interior. Along mid-ocean ridges, basalt wells up, cools, and adds a stripe to the sea floor like a new sentence in a book that writes itself from the middle. At subduction zones, old oceanic plates dive beneath lighter continents and drag water downward, lowering the melting point of rock and feeding arcs of volcanoes that exhale ash and new land. Where continents meet continents, neither is eager to sink. They wrinkle together and ranges climb. Himalaya, Alps, Appalachians, each a long conversation between buoyancy and weight. Isostasy, rock adjusting its height to mass, lets mountains rise after glaciers melt, the crust rebounding like wood released from a press. None of this asks your attention, but it receives it anyway, because slowness has its own gravity. Rocks keep diaries in different languages. Igneous stones speak of melt and cooling. Large crystals where the cooling was slow, glass where it was sudden. Sedimentary rocks gather grains carried by water, wind, or ice, compressing them with the weight of later deposits until they fuse into sandstone, shale, limestone. Metamorphic rocks are what happens when heat and pressure counsel a stone to become something else without melting. Shale pressed into slate, limestone into marble. Granite's minerals stretched into gneiss with light and dark bands like tides in solid form. The rock cycle is not a circle drawn on paper, but a web of paths. Melt to solid, solid to fragment, fragment to new stone, and sometimes back to melt. Each step a change of state that keeps the planet's surface available to life. Between layers lie silences called unconformities. Gaps where time is missing, erosion erased chapters before new sediments could be laid down. And so in a single cliff face, you can touch two ages that never met. Geologists trace these absences with the care of archivists and give them names, then stand in the wind and feel small in the best way. A canyon wall becomes a library with shelves removed and others filled. The story remains legible, but you learn to read what isn't there. Time itself is dated in minerals. Zircon crystals, tiny and tough, trap uranium at birth and exclude lead. As uranium decays into lead at a measured rate, the ratio becomes a clock you can read billions of years later. Potassium turns into argon inside volcanic glass and feldspar, with half-lives that match the spans you need to measure continents moving and mountains wearing down. Carbon counts younger years in bone and wood and charcoal. These radiometric methods are not guesses. They are patience made into numbers, cross-checked, recalibrated, revised when new data arrive. The dates do not erase wonder. They give it coordinates. A beach becomes a line drawn on a calendar you can almost see. Fossils are the pressed flowers of time. Sometimes they are the original material transfigured into stone, cell by cell replaced. Sometimes they are casts, a void that held a body filled later with sediment. Sometimes they are only trace, footsteps hardened into mud, burrows, nests, a ripple of skin. Stromatolites are layered mounds that microbes built by trapping sediment and growing up through it, a living that left architecture behind. In banded iron formations, the red stripes you met when the first oxygen rusted the oceans, the rock remembers chemistry more than shape, a ledger of how the atmosphere changed. Life and stone trade signatures, each writes in the other's margins. Glaciers read and write landscapes with patient force. Ice flows like rock that remembers water, deforming at depth and sliding where meltwater greases its bed. It grinds valleys into U-shapes, polishes bedrock into glimmer, leaves behind moraines like punctuation that marks the line where a front once paused. Erratics, boulders carried far from their origin, sit on plains like misplaced thoughts, their mineral makeup telling of a mountain now distant. When ice retreats, kettle lakes stipple the land where buried blocks melted, and soils begin their slow work again on the rubble left behind. Wind draws its own script. In deserts, grains hop and skip, saltation, then settle into dunes whose shapes tell you the prevailing winds without asking you to measure. Loess, fine silt carried in long curtains, lays down deep blankets that hold water and grow wheat, then cuts steep, vertical-sided gullies when rain begins to write its own grammar. Rivers lift mountains a grain at a time, even as they wear them down, carving meanders that drift across floodplains, leaving oxbow lakes where necks were cut. A delta widens a coast with what the river has gathered, provided upstream dams and levees do not starve it. The language is erosion and deposition, a give and take that does not end. Karst country breathes with stone. Rain, carrying a faint carbonic acid, persuades limestone to dissolve. Water finds cracks, widening them into caves, and caves collapse into sinkholes that open suddenly like doorways in fields. Stalactites descend in slow calendars. Stalagmites rise to meet them. Where they join, a column marks a long marriage of drip and patience. Inside, you can hear the tick of water meeting water, the slow music of calcite left behind in rings thin as a breath. Beneath all this, the mantle convex, solid rock creeping like very cold honey over millions of years, carrying heat from deep within outward. Hotspots punch through plates and build islands in chains that age in a line if the plate slides steadily over the mantle's plume. Seamounts drowned by subsidence carry coral rings, atolls that circle lagoons where volcanoes once stood. The planet remodels itself continuously, and yet the living layer, thin as paint compared with the whole, keeps catching hold. Stone shapes climate as well as remembering it. Weathering of silicate rocks draws carbon dioxide from air and locks it for a while in carbonate minerals that drift to seafloor and become limestone. Volcanoes return CO2 from subducted sediments, balancing the ledger across spans so long that the mind relaxes rather than strains. When continents sit near poles, snow and ice can build, reflecting more light and cooling the world. When oceans open wide pathways for warm currents, climates soften and forests spread. Some theories suggest that mountain building increases weathering and tamps greenhouse gases. The details are still under study, the direction plausible. The breathing of stone is very slow, and yet it matters to leaves. There are cathedrals built by pressure. In the roots of growing ranges, rock descends and warms and becomes something new. Garnet forming from shale, tiny red eyes that tell a geologist how deep and hot the stone once was. Mica aligning like scales to catch light. Quartz recrystallizing into mosaics that sparkle on a fresh break. When those rocks return to daylight by uplift and erosion, they bring news from kilometers below your feet. News that reads like a calm letter. Conditions were such and such. The journey took time. I have become this. To imagine all of it at once. Stand, if only in mind, at the edge of the canyon. Read the colors as pages, red over buff over gray, each set laid in a different sea or river or dune, then tilted, faulted, sliced by water into the open air. Somewhere, a dike of dark basalt cuts the older layers. Proof that the molten came later, writing a line that obeys the law of cross-cutting. The cutter is younger than what it cuts. Somewhere, a fault has shifted beds so that a layer does not meet itself across the gap. You do not need the names of formations to feel the order. It sits there in plain view, time stacked and then edited. The Earth's internal tempo published as cliffs. Even the smallest pebble in your shoe has a long biography. It was once part of something larger, felt heat, felt cold, cracked, tumbled, was washed, struck other stones until it learned to be round, and stopped here with you because your path intersected its own. When it leaves your shoe, it will keep going, surrendering corners to stream and sand, or being knit into concrete that holds a wall against the weather for a while before returning to the larger cycle. Nothing that looks hard is final. Hold a fossil shell in your palm, and the mind stretches. A warm sea covered this place when no cities stood here, when continents wore different coats, when the air had a slightly different taste. The creature that made the spiral breathed water. You will breathe now in other form. Calcium it borrowed from seawater, will eventually return to the sea. Your body, too, writes a brief line into geology. Bone mineral grown from meals and rain, then released, diluted, recirculated. The border between biology and geology is only a matter of tempo. Night has deepened enough that clocks look shy of speaking. Stone is the quiet companion of the biosphere, the stage that tilts and folds but rarely interrupts its actors mid-line. It holds the carbon of ancient forests as coal and the skeletons of vanished reefs as limestone. It records rivers in crossbeds and winds in loess. It stores the ash of mountains in layers that settle into plain. From such archives, life learns what worked before and what failed. From such patience, it learns, too, a kind of courage. You have rested in that patience long enough to feel your own breath slow to the pace of rock. When you rise, it will be to follow a new slowness, the unfolding of living forms from single cells to many, from soft bodies to bone, from fins to fingers, from simple reflex to wondering. The Library of Stone will lend the next book to the Library of Life, and you will turn the pages with care. The earth has kept its place. Now, life steps forward to show how it learned to keep time within that place, how chance and constraint danced into the bodies that walk and swim and fly. Let the last coolness of granite leave your skin. We are about to watch the long, gentle ascent of complexity, told softly enough for sleep. Life did not begin with a roar. It began with an arrangement. Molecules in warm water trying combinations until one of them learned to keep a pattern and make a copy. The first sentences were short. A strand folded on itself, a sheltering film closed around a little pocket. Energy from light or minerals nudged reactions forward. Some theories imagine an RNA world, where one molecule both stored information and catalyzed change. Other ideas propose surfaces of mineral crystals that held fragile chemistry steady long enough for luck to become habit. The specifics are still debated, but the direction is steady. What could repeat persisted. From there, the planet gathered little rooms. Cells wrapped their chemistry in membranes and learned to harvest energy with more elegance. In time, one cell took another inside and did not digest it. The smaller guest kept its talents, sharing ATP with its host. The larger protected and fed it. Mitochondria are the descendants of that peace treaty. Tiny symbionts with traces of their own DNA, still tending the fires that power almost every cell you carry. Later, in lineages that would become algae and plants, another partnership brought in the green. Cyanobacteria captured and kept, turned in light and water into sugar and oxygen inside what we now call chloroplasts. Endosymbiosis sounds technical. In practice, it is mercy made permanent, cooperation written into flesh. The sea wrote the early chapters. Microbial mats layered themselves into living carpets that trapped sediment and grew upward, building low domes that still stand in a few shallows today. As photosynthetic life spread, the excess oxygen changed the ocean's chemistry and then the air, oxidizing iron into the red bands you can see in ancient stone and making new metabolisms possible. Oxygen was dangerous at first, a reactive stranger in a calm world. But life, given time, found ways to use its hunger, pairing it with food to yield more energy than earlier methods could provide. With that extra energy, bodies could afford more complexity. Multicellularity did not happen once. It appeared as solution after solution, cells staying linked after division, cells learning to specialize, cells agreeing not to become tumors against their neighbors. Slime molds come together for a while and then part. Sponges specialize and hold. Algae try the experiment in more than one branch. The ediacaran seas before hard shells grew were full of soft, quilted creatures we still struggle to interpret. Fronds and ovals and frilled discs that look like dreams left on seabeds. Then over tens of millions of years, skeletons and armor spread. Patterns of genes that map the body, segments, front and back, left and right. Grew a language richer than before. Hox's genes took on a role like punctuation, helping to tell a developing embryo where limbs should bud, where eyes should form, which segment should play which note. Variation explored, selection kept what worked, and variety rose. Eyes appeared not by decree, but by accumulation. Patches of light-sensitive cells deepened into cups. Cups narrowed into pinholes. Pinholes gained lenses that sharpened the image and let in more light. This happened more than once, converging on vision's utility from different directions. Jaws, too, are inventions born from revision. Gill arches strengthened, repositioned, repurposed to bite and hold. Fins stiffened with bones that hinted at wrists long before feet pressed into mud. Lungs were once swim bladders that adjusted buoyancy. Or perhaps swim bladders were once lungs that adjusted breath. The lineage tangled and fascinating. The proof lying in blood supply and embryology. The first cautious climbs onto land came with gulped air, jointed fins that became limbs, and skin learning to keep water in. Forests rose and changed the sky again. Early plants hugged the ground, then built pipes to lift water and sugars, then grew wood to stand taller, stealing more light. Roots reached deeper and cracked rock into soil. As Devonian landscapes greened, the drawdown of carbon dioxide and the increase in oxygen altered climate and fire. And the biosphere braided itself more tightly to the atmosphere. Seeds enclosed embryos and packed a lunch for the journey. The amniotic egg carried water within itself and set reptiles and birds free from the need to lay their future in ponds. Feathers arrived before flight, likely for insulation and display, and later learned to ride air. Wings were new ways to fall with control, then to glide, then to beat and rise. Mammals began as night runners under larger shadows, small bodies holding a warm flame. Jawbones that once anchored gill arches migrated and became ear bones, sharpening hearing. Teeth differentiated into incisors, canines, molars, turning chewing into an art that let stomach and gut do less raw work. The ancestors carried their young inside longer, fed them with milk, tended them in nests or burrows, energy-expensive choices that bought learning and bond. For a long time, dinosaurs ruled the day and much of the night. Then, abruptly in geological terms, a rock fell from sky, the climate lurched, and a mass extinction opened rooms in the house of life. Mammals stepped into the light, each lineage exploring. Hooves, hands, flippers, wings. Primates turned grasping feet to grasping hands and began to include one another's minds in the terrain they needed to map. Every transition kept useful parts and revised others. A bone shifts angle and becomes a different tool. A protein takes on a second job, and with time, does both well. Exaptation, the taking of something built for one purpose and using it for another, recurs across the tree of life. Feathers for warmth become feathers for flight. Jaw bones for chewing become bones for hearing. A wrist bone that once steadied a fin becomes a piece of a knuckle that can make a fist or a brushstroke. Evolution has no foresight. It tries without trying. And the survivors draw their maps backward with our help. Chance and constraint braid together. Mutations knit from copying errors and cosmic rays and chemical mischief provide the raw material. Selection trims. Drift and migration stir the pot. Developmental rules limit what is possible so that some forms never arrive and others repeat with variation. Some moments tilt history hard. The Great Oxidation, the assembly of mitochondria, a snowball Earth that may or may not have frozen the seas repeatedly. Mass extinctions, clearing and reseeding ecosystems. Other moments are local and tender. An island splitting a population's song, a river changing course and marooning a forest, a climate shifting by a few degrees and inviting grass where forest stood. The large and the small write the same story with different fonts. You live inside the aftermath and the continuation. Your spine remembers fish and early walkers. Your inner ear is a 3-loop compass made from old balance organs. Your jaw joint is fossil memory repurposed. Your hemoglobin holds iron borrowed from stardust and passes oxygen taken from leaves that learn to open to light. Your cells burn sugar and mitochondria descended from bacteria, who once kept a quiet independence and now live so completely within you that you cannot be without them. Even the bacteria in your gut, your borrowed cities, have their evolutionary stories, arriving from soil and skin and food, adapting to your chemistry and meals, adapting you in return. We tell this tale and feel tempted to place ourselves at the top. But trees do not have tops in any useful sense. They have crowns that spread. Evolution's branching is not a ladder. It is a thicket of twigs growing outward in all directions, many clipped by time. Many thriving, none ordained. Intelligence emerged in several styles. Sociality evolved and dissolved and evolved again. There is grandeur in that humility. No single destiny, only many experiments, many successes judging their success by continued being. Fossils keep us honest. Teeth ground flat for grazing grasses that came late to the party and changed entire continents into open rooms. Wings in stone that show feathers arranged for lift. Footprints that place weight, pace, and pause. DNA keeps us honest in another way, allowing lines to be reconstructed that bones alone can only suggest. Divergence times are dated with caution and cross-checks. Molecular clocks calibrated with fossils and geology. Numbers offered with error bars and revised when better data come. It is a patient science that improves by admitting what it doesn't yet know. The wonder is not only in novelty, but in endurance. Horseshoe crabs clutch a plan so successful it needed few edits. Ginkgo leaves mirror fossils 200 million years old. Coelacanths slipped past our nets for decades and then showed themselves, modern and ancient at once. Stability is its own kind of brilliance. Meanwhile, lineages with constant change are no less admirable. Their quickness is a response to quick conditions. Both strategies belong to life. Sit with the quiet audacity of it. A planet cools, chemistry rehearses, a cell encloses, energy is captured, partners are taken in, light becomes sugar, sugar builds bodies, bodies try shapes, shapes learn worlds, worlds change and are learned again. The learning turns inward, and a creature contemplates itself and the sea and the rock and the star and feels at home, in all of it. To call this chance is not to empty it of meaning. It is to fill it with the meaning of persistence. Night holds the room like a hand. The story you carry forward from here is that every breath you take tonight passed through countless trials you did not need to witness. Your bones are conversations between ancient seas and forests. Your thoughts are electrical flickers on circuits that evolved to track fruit and faces and then found themselves telling stories of origins. You are late in the book, but not the last page. When you turn from history to chemistry, the page simply narrows and deepens. The bodies that changed did so because of bonds. Carbon linking to carbon in chains and rings, oxygen joining to fairy breath, iron folded into hemoglobin to carry the sky within blood, calcium stacking into lattices strong enough to be bone and delicate enough to be shell. The next voice in this lullaby is the quiet certainty of elements choosing partners. The dance of carbon, iron's red, calcium's stone, the way small atoms give shape and rule to living things. Let the long arc of evolution settle behind your eyelids like a slow tide. Ahead, the elements step forward, not as abstractions, but as the music in your marrow. Elements do not speak, yet they keep promises. Carbon offers 4 hands and never seems to tire of arrangements. Oxygen asks for 2 and gives breath in return. Hydrogen is light as a whisper and everywhere. Nitrogen keeps secrets in bonds that must be coaxed open. Phosphorus packs energy into small parcels. Calcium hardens and softens on command like a tide moving through the body. You live at their intersection, a room where the periodic table meets warmth. Begin with carbon, the quiet architect. 4 valence bonds make a tetrahedron at every junction. And from that simple geometry comes variety enough to stock a planet. Chains that fold into oils, rings that stack into pigments, lattices that can be soot or diamond, depending on patience and pressure. Turn a bond, and chirality appears. Left-handed and right-handed forms whose difference is invisible to weight, but obvious to life. Most sugars in your body lean right. Amino acids lean left. Enzymes fit them the way a hand fits a glove, not by magic, but by shape. Carbon's gift is not complexity for its own sake. It is flexibility married to stability, a pattern that can be revised without falling apart. From carbon scaffolds, proteins rise like moving bridges. Peptide bonds link amino acids into chains that feel the push and pull of water. Hydrogen bonds, modest individually, strong together. Fold those chains into helices and sheets. Side chains seek or avoid water, making cores and surfaces. A sulfur-sulfur bridge here or there. 2 cysteines reaching for each other, pins a shape in place. Iron tucks into some of these folds, copper into others. Zinc holds small domains by the knuckles. Trace metals that do not shout, but make precision possible. Zinc fingers wrap around DNA like careful readers. Copper passes electrons along in respiratory enzymes. Iron rides the red of blood. Iron's story is a pulse that never stops. In the heme of hemoglobin, an iron atom sits like a coin on a table of nitrogen rings. Oxygen does not rust it there. It binds and lets go, a reversible courtship helped by the iron's ability to change its electronic mood without losing itself. 4 heme groups in a hemoglobin tetramer talk to one another through shape. When one binds oxygen, the protein relaxes and invites the next, a cooperative breath. In your lungs, oxygen climbs aboard gladly. In your muscles, where the pressure is lower, It steps off into the care of myoglobin, another iron-bearing protein that holds a smaller supply for close work. Each loop is chemistry in motion, and the color you call blood is simply light deciding to leave more red than blue. Magnesium keeps the world green. At the center of chlorophyll, magnesium rests in a ring not unlike hemes, but tuned for light catching rather than gas carrying. When a photon arrives, an electron jumps and is shepherded along a path that ends in charge separation, the first step toward turning sunlight into sugars. In some algae and plants under stress, magnesium may be exchanged or accompanied by other players. But the central melody is steady, a metallic heart in a pigment's body, borrowing energy from the day and pouring it into the bonds carbon prefers. Phosphorus writes the exclamation points of metabolism. In ATP, 3 phosphates line up like springs compressed. Break the terminal bond. Really, move the phosphate to another molecule in a reaction that suits. And energy is made available not as heat, but as permission for change. Kinases add phosphates to proteins to flip switches on. Phosphatases remove them to flip switches off. DNA itself is a backbone of sugar and phosphate, a negative charge down the spine that invites proteins to approach and organize. Phosphorus also shores up bone, partnering with calcium in hydroxyapatite, a mineral that is both hard and just elastic enough not to shatter under daily load. Calcium is not only stone, it is punctuation inside cells. The concentration of free calcium in the cytoplasm is kept very low, stored behind membranes or in sacs until a signal asks for a brief flood. That pulse binds to proteins like calmodulin and troponin, shifting their shapes. In muscle, it exposes grooves on actin so myosin can pull and a fiber can contract. In neurons and secretory cells, it triggers vesicles to fuse and release neurotransmitters or hormones. The same element that stiffens bone acts inside as a messenger, delicate enough to translate a thought into a movement of the hand you use to lift a cup of water. Sodium and potassium quietly maintain your thoughts. On either side of every nerve cell's membrane, these ions are arranged unevenly. More sodium outside, more potassium inside. A pump, driven by ATP, pushes 3 sodium ions out and 2 potassium ions in, building a gradient like a hill's ready to let a ball roll. Open a channel briefly and sodium rushes in, depolarizing the membrane. The wave travels along a neuron's length, and information moves not as a physical object, but as a change in electrical possibility. Potassium then leaves to repolarize, and the pump restores the starting line. This is the human experience written in ions, memory, speech, the closing of eyes. Nitrogen keeps metabolism nimble. In amino acids, it balances acid and base, making proteins capable of catalysis and structure. In nucleotides, it forms part of the rings that encode genetic sense and nonsense. Atmospheric nitrogen, though abundant, is locked in a triple bond that few can pry open. Life hires specialists. Bacteria and archaea fix nitrogen into ammonia using an enzyme complex that includes molybdenum, or, in some lineages, vanadium. Plants feed on the product. Animals eat the plants. Waste returns nitrogen to soils and waters. Other microbes run the cycle the rest of the way, making nitrate under oxygen and sending nitrogen back to the air when oxygen is scarce. Lightning writes a small supplement, cracking N2 and O2 into reactive forms that rain returns. The balance is intricate and local. When it is tipped too far by fertilizers or sewage, Waters bloom and then struggle. The chemistry is faithful to its rules. It is we who must mind scales. Sulfur knits proteins into firmness. In methionine and cysteine, it anchors structure. In coenzymes, it shuttles electrons. In ferredoxins, it allies with iron to make small clusters that carry charge like beads passing along a wire. The smell of a struck match, the breath of a hot spring, the tang at the back of the throat near a volcano. These are sulfur telling you it still likes to change partners. Selenium steps in at times to make special amino acids that sit in antioxidant enzymes. Their rare presence like a bell that only rings when necessary. Copper blue blood flows in many mollusks and arthropods, not as romance, but as function. Hemocyanin carries oxygen with copper centers that show their load by color. Cobalt lives at the core of vitamin B12. Without it, some enzymes stall. Iodine makes thyroid hormones that tune metabolism and growth. Where iodine is scarce inland, traditions arose to bring it into diets. And later, salt took its place as a carrier, small crystals bearing a seaside memory. Fluorine hardens enamel by stepping into crystal lattices. Manganese and nickel play in enzymes less famous but no less precise. These traces come and go in amounts measured in milligrams and micrograms, yet their absence echoes loudly in fatigue, in slowed thought, in bones that complain. Silicon, too, draws lines in the world. Diatoms, the glass-housed algae that float in sunlit waters, build intricate shells from silica, each species sketching unique lattices that look like lace under a microscope. Grasses incorporate silica into their tissues, dulling the teeth of grazers and diverting herbivory's path. The grit in many prairies is not only dust, but plant-made armor. Sand on a beach is mostly the ruin and promise of silicon dioxide, ready to melt into glass that carries light, or weather back into grains that will be sand again. All of these elements are old beyond counting. Hydrogen and helium rose from the universe's first minutes. Heavier elements forged themselves in stellar cores and in the flashes of supernovae when those cores failed and scattered. Some proportion of gold and uranium may come from collisions of neutron stars, rare and violent events that threw newly minted nuclei into interstellar fields. The evidence is astronomical and nuclear at once, strong but still refined at the edges as new telescopes and detectors expand the data. You do not need certainty at every digit to feel the honesty of the story. Your iron was born in heat you cannot imagine. Your calcium condensed in a star's careful kitchen. Your carbon is ash from a long-quenched fire. To say you are stardust is not metaphor. It is allocation. Inside you tonight, the dance is ongoing. Protons slide down gradients through the rotary engine of ATP synthase in mitochondria, coins of energy minted with each turn. The phosphate groups of ATP shuttle like messengers, then return to be loaded again. Sodium and potassium climb and fall. Calcium pulses and retreats. Iron turns toward oxygen and then toward release. Water, faithful mediator, stabilizes, polarizes, accepts and donates hydrogen bonds as fast as thought. The chemistry does not stop for your sleeping. It prefers sleep, perhaps, because signals are fewer and housekeeping has room to work. Step softly into the idea that elements have temperaments. Carbon is sociable, oxygen is eager, hydrogen is simple and generous, nitrogen is stubborn but helpful once persuaded. Phosphorus is excitable, calcium is ceremonial, arriving with fanfare and then stepping out of the way. These are human words for molecular facts. They help the mind rest inside detail. Replace them with equations, and you find the same grace, just written in symbols. Electronegativity differences, redox potentials, binding constants, enthalpies and entropies that set the slope of a reaction's hill. The room is fully dark now. Your clock knows it and has lowered its voices. In the quiet, perception itself becomes chemistry. Photons withdrawn, rods resting, cones asleep. The blue sensing cells telling the brain that night remains. When you open the door to the next chapter, you will walk by touch and sound and scent, through the senses that make a map of the world from thin streams of data. Light has handed you to darkness gently. Molecules have brought you to the threshold of mind. Breathe once more and let the elements keep their vows. Their quiet partnerships are the ground you stand on. As the story leans toward the way you know anything at all, perception is the art of making a world from whispers. The room where you lie is mostly quiet, yet inside you an orchestra is awake. Receptors leaning toward faint changes, nerves translating gradients into signals, the brain arranging them into a scene that feels continuous and sure. Nothing about this is hurried. Sensing is patience made swift. Begin with sight. Even as the lights are low, photons that spent 8 minutes crossing from the sun, or years from a star, or an instant from a street lamp, touch pigments in the retina and change their shape. In rods, rhodopsin flips a tiny bond when it meets light. That flick opens a cascade that closes ion channels and hyperpolarizes the cell. Cones do the same with pigments tuned to different wavelengths. Their overlapping sensitivities letting your brain infer color from proportion rather than labels. Where the optic nerve gathers, each eye has a blind spot. The brain smooths it away with context so thoroughly you forget the whole exists. During the day, eyes flick with saccade several times a second. Jump cuts your consciousness edits into a single pan. At night, those movements soften like everything else. Hearing is touch at a distance. Air pressure rises and falls. The outer ear guides those waves down a corridor to a thin membrane that trembles. 3 tiny bones, the malleus, incus, stapes, lever those tremors onto the oval window of the inner ear, and fluid moves through the coiled cochlea. Along its length, a flexible membrane is tuned like a piano rolled into a spiral. High notes peak near the base, low notes near the apex. Hair cells perch there, bend with the wave. At their tips, little links tug open ion channels. Current flows. Sound becomes an electrical grammar sent along the auditory nerve. 2 ears compare timing and loudness to place a sound in space. A brainstem circuit does the math faster than you could think it through. Somewhere far from language, a heartbeat finds the tempo and rests. Smell arrives as molecules, dancers moving through air. They dissolve in the mucus that coats the olfactory epithelium and bind to receptors on the tips of neurons that reach from nose to brain without intermediaries. Each receptor answers best to a family of shapes. Each odor is a pattern across hundreds of kinds, a chord rather than a note. The signal travels to the olfactory bulb, where glomeruli gather matching inputs like small towns of agreement, and then straight into limbic circuits braided with memory. A single scent can unlatch a decade in a breath. New olfactory neurons are born through life and join the wiring, a rare renewal in a nervous system mostly built once and maintained. Taste is a local negotiation. Tongues hold buds whose cells carry receptors for sweet, sour, salty, bitter, umami. Sugars announce energy. Sodium tells of minerals. Acids speak of ripeness or warning. Glutamate signals protein. Bitterness is caution learned and sometimes unlearned. A chili's burn is not taste but touch. The trigeminal nerve reporting heat and sting from capsaicin as if a match had been struck. Mint answers with cool by opening cold, sensitive channels. Flavor is taste plus smell, plus texture plus temperature. A chorus that makes soup round and an apple crisp. Touch itself is many senses in one skin. Some receptors sit at the surface, tuned to edges and flutter. Others lie deeper, feeling stretch and sustained pressure. There are slow adapting cells that keep you aware a hand rests on your shoulder. And fast adapting ones that only report the beginning and end of the contact, so you know motion as well as state. Temperature receptors compare local warmth and cool to the body's expectations and report change as much as absolute value. Nociceptors, pain fibers, warn of damage or the risk of it, a system meant not to punish but to protect, though it can misfire and ring too loud. The spinal cord and brainstem gate those signals, letting context dampen or amplify them. Expectation and attention can ease ache or sharpen it. A hug quiets pain, in part because pressure rides a faster track and closes the gate. There are senses with no simple map on the skin. Proprioception tells you where your limbs are without looking. Spindles in muscle report stretch. Receptors in tendons announce tension. The vestibular system in the inner ear measures rotation with semicircular canals filled with endolymph, and measures linear acceleration and head tilt with sacs where tiny stones called otoconia press on hair cells. Move, and the fluid lags. Tilt, and the stones shift. The brain merges these privileges of physics with vision and touch to keep balance. When inputs disagree, reading on a moving boat or watching a shaky shot on a giant screen, nausea can surface as if the body suspects a toxin has fooled the senses and proposes an old cure. Close the book, look at the horizon, breathe. The systems resync like instruments finding a key. Vision can be tricked because it is predictive. The brain does not wait passively. It proposes a world and updates it with errors. Most of the time, this saves effort and feels like smoothness. Sometimes it writes illusions we can pass around as party favors. Two lines of equal length appear different when framed by arrows that suggest depth. A gray square looks lighter or darker depending on its neighbors. Ba, dubbed over a mouth shaping ga, yields da to a listener who trusts eyes and ears at once. Change blindness hides a swapped shirt or a missing building when attention is busy elsewhere. Your inner editor believes continuity and spares you the cost of noticing every trivial shift. Synesthesia, colors tasted, days of the week arranged on a felt spiral, numbers wearing hues, belongs to some minds as naturally as handedness. The mechanisms vary. Some cases may reflect extra crosstalk between neighboring maps in cortex. Others learned associations so consistent they feel sensory. The experiences are real. Reported with striking consistency, the causes remain a live study. Even without synesthesia, metaphors we all use, warm colors, sharp flavors, hint at cross-domain wiring built into how brains learn. Outside the human range, the palate expands. Bees see ultraviolet patterns on petals that guide them like runway lights. Mantis shrimp carry a carnival of visual pigments and polarization detectors. Their world likely looks structured in ways we cannot imagine, though claims they see more colors than we do oversimplify what seeing means. Bats paint rooms with sound, echolocation returning ranges and textures with a precision that would feel like magic if it weren't just physics and practice. Electric fish sense fields they generate themselves, reading distortions to find prey and peers in muddy water. Some snakes feel infrared with pit organs, heat as a shape. Birds navigate using many cues. One candidate for magnetic sense involves a light-sensitive protein in the eye, whose quantum state might be influenced by the Earth's field. The evidence is intriguing and growing. Details are debated. Across species, perception is not a hierarchy, but a toolkit tuned to a niche. The brain's gift is not the fidelity of any single channel. It is the weave. Vision borrows from touch. Watch your hand and you feel it more. Hearing borrows from sight. The ventriloquist effect pins a voice to a puppet's mouth because coherence is better than contradiction. Smell borrows from memory and feeling. A bakery can be childhood. Rain on dry earth can be a porch you haven't seen in years. Prediction ties it together. When inputs match the forecast, calm follows. When they do not, curiosity or caution wakes. This is not mystical. It is metabolism managing attention, expensive to spend, precious to save. Inside darkness, interoception speaks quietly. The fullness of lungs, the stretch of stomach, the slow drum of heart. Signals from viscera climb to insula and cingulate, where the brain sketches a body from within. This map helps tune emotion. What you call anxiety or ease is partly the reading of pulse and breath, warmth and gut. Slow exhale lengthens the pause between heartbeats, a vagal persuasion that tells the system night is safe. A hand on the chest, a weight across the hips, a room cool on the skin. All these are messages to sensors that then lobby for rest. There is humility in knowing that every world is constructed. The moon looks large near the horizon because your brain protects the notion of constant size against the long distance implied by low angle. Lift a finger to block the horizon, and the illusion weakens. A face you love looks radiant, partly because your neurons spend extra resources predicting that face and reward themselves by being right. None of this makes reality less real. It makes your access to it more interesting, a collaboration between signal and expectation, noise and need. Let your attention soften until the edges blur the way a lens opens wide in dusk. The sheets take your shape and report it back as gentle pressure. The faintest sounds sketch a safe map. Pipes, a neighbor's door, a distant car, and then recede. The air has the cool of late. Your eyes closed are still organs of light. They wait for dawn, as if a hand would turn a dimmer up when it is time. Meanwhile, other senses, older in evolutionary years, hold watch. Ahead waits the quiet chemistry of sleep itself. The housekeeping brain cells prefer when you stop insisting on narrative. The filing of memories, the rinsing and repair. The slow waves crossing cortex like wind over grain. The brief, bright islands of dream where senses play without being tethered to the room. You have listened to how the world enters you. Now you can watch the mind dim its lights and tend the foyer. Breathe in a little longer. Breathe out a little longer still. The senses settle their instruments. The curtain comes down without hurry. Sleep arrives like tide over sand. No border, only a slow rearranging of brightness and sound. You feel it as weight behind the eyes, as thoughts that stop insisting on conclusions, as a gentleness in the hands. Chemistry has been repairing this all day. Adenosine rose in your brain as cells spent energy, a quiet pressure steeping toward evening. Melatonin began to flow when light softened, telling clocks that darkness is honest. Temperature took a small step downward. Metabolism chose a softer gear. The stage has been set for hours. Now, the play begins. You do not fall into one sleep. You travel through several. First comes non-REM, N1 and N. N2 like shallow coves where consciousness loosens its belt. In N2, sleep spindles, a flurry of brief, fast oscillations, flicker across your cortex, as if the brain were stitching seams between regions that need to share a memory. K-complexes, large, singular waves, appear like slow affirmations, keeping you asleep in the face of small disturbances. Then deeper, N3. Slow-wave sleep spreads like wind over wheat, synchronized oscillations rising and falling across wide territory. Neurons fire together, then rest together. A tempo so unhurried, it feels geological compared with the day's chatter. Early in the night, this deep stage dominates. It mends in ways subtle and obvious. Inside slow-wave sleep, housekeeping begins in earnest. Glial cells, the brain's caretakers, change their posture. Spaces between neurons widen a little, and cerebrospinal fluid pulses more vigorously through channels, rinsing away metabolites that accumulate while you're awake. Some studies suggest this glymphatic flow helps clear compounds such as beta amyloid. The details are active science, but the direction is clear. Sleep is not passive. It is maintenance. Memory traces laid down during the day are replayed. Hippocampal place cells that fired as you walked a new street spark again in miniature, as if running the route on a tiny stage. Morning will find the path easier, not by magic, but by rehearsal you never had to supervise. Deep within endocrine rhythms, growth hormone rises in early night, riding the same slow waves, coaxing repair in muscle and bone, nudging metabolism toward restoration. The immune system reviews its orders. Cytokines drift and decide. Cells learn anew which targets to remember. Over days of too little sleep, these systems lose their crispness. But one night begins to return the edges. Appetite-regulating hormones tilt too. Leptin recovering its voice to say, enough. Ghrelin lowering its hand. The body, grateful, asks for food with more honesty tomorrow. None of this demands your attention. It is relief written in chemistry. After a cycle of roughly 90 minutes, the current turns. REM sleep rises like warm water from below. Eyes move under lids, darting in quick parabolas. The cortex sparks in patterns that look, on a screen, as lively as waking. Yet, muscles below the neck grow quiet, rematonia, so that dreams can unfurl without the body following. In this stage, perceptual regions play, limbic circuits glow, prefrontal governors loosen their grip. You watch a city float and are not troubled. You meet the dead and are not surprised. Memory and emotion mingle, and while theories differ on the precise function, some propose integration of emotional tone, some creative recombination, some synaptic tuning. The result often feels like therapy written in metaphor. Night after night, the mind uses REM to make experience less sharp in places and more connected in others. Dreams do not have to mean anything to be useful. They may serve as rehearsal, threat simulation practiced safely. They may be the narrative the brain invents to explain internally generated patterns. They may be several functions layered. What we know: deprive a person of REM and the pressure to enter it rises, and the next chance invites a rebound richer than usual. Artists and scientists both have taken ideas from dreams. That is anecdote, not law. But it tells you that the night is a studio as much as a clinic. You do not need to interpret every scene. You can let them wash through and trust that some work was done. Between REM and deep non-REM, lighter stages return and guide you down and up, like steps carved by many feet. Across the night, the balance shifts. Early hours favor slow waves and repair. Toward morning, REM claims more time, islands of bright activity widening on the chart. If you wake from a late dream, it may feel vivid because the brain was already speaking in imagery. If you nap in the afternoon, 20 minutes tastes like N2. Spindles, a quick dusting. Longer naps can dip into slow waves and, depending on your schedule, make night sleep shy. The right length is personal and changes with age. The brain is not the only sleeper. Muscles downshift tone. Gut motility rewrites its schedule. Kidneys change how they concentrate water. Skin loses a little heat to help core temperature drift lower. In the heart, variability between beats increases with healthy rest. The sinus node listening closely to breath, lengthening intervals on inhale, shortening on exhale, a sign that the parasympathetic system has the watch. The body uses the dark to practice flexibility. When morning light returns, stress hormones rise modestly to meet the day. Too little sleep can turn that rise into a climb. But tonight, your chemistry leans toward kindness. Memory is edited with care. Facts often consolidate during slow-wave sleep, where hippocampus and cortex exchange notes. Procedural skills, scales on a piano, a new turn on a bicycle, often polished during late-night REM or stage 2 spindles. This is a gross map. There is overlap. Tasks vary. Still, the motif holds. Practice, then sleep, and find the edges smoothed. Synaptic homeostasis theory suggests that wakefulness strengthens many connections and that sleep down selects, scaling back the less necessary so that signals stand out again and energy costs fall. Other views emphasize active replay to strengthen chosen pathways. These are not mutually exclusive. They may be two sides of a wise economy. Either way, sleep prevents saturation, protects plasticity, and returns discernment to circuits that would otherwise blur. Orexin, also called hypocretin, keeps waking stable in the day. When these neurons falter, narcolepsy can appear, REM intruding, sleepiness quick and profound. In insomnia, arousal systems run hot at the wrong time. Cognitive behavioral approaches cool the loop by resetting habits. Regular wake times, light upon rising, dark in the evening. Bed is a place for sleep rather than rumination. Some remedies are folk wisdom with modern support. A cooler room, a wind-down that repeats. Clocks turned away. Devices dimmed or banished, so blue sensing cells can tell the SCN that night has arrived. You do not have to engineer perfection. Consistency and softness weigh more than gadgets. Not every story about sleep survives scrutiny. Claims that specific brain waves erase trauma, or that a single supplement unlocks deep sleep, often overpromise. What stands sturdily? Insufficient sleep impairs attention and mood. Chronic short sleep nudges metabolism and cardiovascular risk in unhelpful directions. Good sleep supports learning, emotional regulation, immune competence. The exact hours vary by person and across the lifespan. Infants need a generosity of it. Teenagers often more than they receive. Elders a little less, but still steady. You can listen to your days for the truth. Alertness that holds without caffeine. A mood that bends but does not break. A memory that keeps small appointments. There is a social layer. Shared rituals, dimmed lights, quiet conversation, a last glass of water. Tell the nervous system that safety is collective. Night watch has always been communal. Even alone, you inherit that trust. City noise and light can fracture it. Curtains and routines can stitch it back. The point is not silence. It is predictability. As you lie here, the system is already working. CSF moves in pulses impossible to feel, guided by vessels whose dilation sinks to slow waves. Microglia, the immune gardeners of the brain, prune and patrol. Astrocytes shuttle metabolites and buffer ions. In dreams, you will visit places you have never been and rooms you know well. You may notice that you can read a sign or cannot. That clocks wobble, that gravity is a suggestion. If you wake briefly and turn the pillow for its cool side, you will re-enter more easily if you keep lights off. Keep eyes half closed. Keep thoughts as light as ash. Repeating a phrase that has no freight. Here, now, breathe. Let the last workable thoughts resolve into images. A field whose grasses lean in slow waves. A shore that receives water without argument. A dark theater where a curtain lifts and lowers again and again. Each act tending a different part of you. The brain is not losing itself. It is becoming itself more thoroughly by taking a break from your insistence on narrative. This is what living things learned long ago. Turn off some lights to fix others. Surrender a little control to regain a better kind. In a few hours, dawn will put blue on the window, and melanopsin will whisper to the clock. Cortisol will nudge you forward, not as an alarm, but as a hand on the shoulder. You will surface through REM's bright shallows and slow waves' quiet floors, maybe carrying a scrap of dream that dissolves before coffee. Maybe carrying a solution to a small problem you could not solve last night. The work will have been done while you are absent from it, which is the point. Ahead, the story narrows and widens at once. We step from sleep's chemistry to the question that hides behind every fact. What is the stuff of awareness, and where does it go when you dream? The mind beyond the mind waits, not as an answer, but as a room you can walk into gently. For now, exhale longer than you inhale. The tide reaches its farther sand. The house dims 1 more degree. You are being carried. Awareness feels singular from the inside, like a candle in a dark room. From the outside, it is a weather pattern. Billions of cells trading tiny voltages, chemistry moving through networks that never stop adjusting. Neurons speak in spikes shorter than a heartbeat's smallest syllable. Glia tend the space between, buffering ions, recycling transmitters, guiding growth like gardeners who know the shape of a hedge a year before it appears. The marvel is not any single part. It is that a felt world, warm sheet, distant sound. The thought that you are the one hearing rises out of their conversation. Inside your skull, perhaps 86 billion neurons. Each with thousands of synapses make a combinatorial C. Most spikes don't travel far. What seems to matter for consciousness in waking is not mere activity, but activity broadcast widely. Signals that cross long distances and knit regions into a momentary coalition. The thalamus sits near the center like a courteous relay, shaping traffic between cortex and itself. Arousal systems in the brainstem and basal forebrain provide the background electricity. The difference between a city at night and a city after a storm has cut the power. When anesthesia works, it often quiets the long-range talk, even if local chatter continues. Unconsciousness can be a city full of lit rooms with the streets gone silent. Some theories invite you to imagine a theater. In the global workspace idea, many subsystems, vision, memory, language, emotion, present outputs in parallel, but only a few win access to a spotlight that makes them available to the rest. The spotlight is attention. The stage is a network spanning front and back of cortex. Ignition of that network is what it feels like for something to enter awareness. Evidence for this is gentle and supportive rather than absolute. Flashes of brain-wide synchronization when a stimulus is consciously seen. Delayed access to verbal report when signals remain local. The metaphor is imperfect, as all metaphors are, but it comforts because it matches the feeling of a mind that can hold only so much at once. Another lens emphasizes structure itself. Integrated information theory proposed that consciousness corresponds to how much and how irreducibly a system's parts constrain one another. The degree to which the whole contains cause-effect properties not present in pieces. The number that measures this, often called phi, is hard to define outside of simple models, and the theory's claims remain actively debated. Yet the intuition is steady. A conscious moment is not just loud, it is tightly woven. Perturbation experiments hint at this. Deliver a magnetic tap to cortex and watch the echo spread. In wakefulness, the pattern is rich and long. In deep sleep or anesthesia, it's local and short. The complexity of the response, turned into an index, tracks how much of you is online without asking you to speak. There is also the mind as a prediction machine. On this view, the brain continually guesses the next frames of experience and uses incoming signals to correct its model. Sensation is not a feed of facts. It is error correction, the difference between what you expected and what arrived. If the guess is good and the world is kind, little correction is needed, and perception feels smooth. If uncertainty rises, attention climbs the ladder to gather better data, or the brain revises its priors. Some theories nest this in a broader, free energy principle. Living systems minimize surprise over time. These are big claims, still under test, but the practical texture fits. When the room is familiar, calm. When a sound is out of place, a turn of the head. Clues about consciousness also come from its boundary cases. In blind sight, damage to primary visual cortex leaves a person insisting they cannot see. Yet, when coaxed to guess, they can point to a light, avoid an obstacle, detect motion, a pocket of vision without the feeling of seeing. In unilateral neglect, lesions in parietal areas lead a patient to ignore one side of space. Draw a clock, and all the numbers crowd onto the right, as if left had been erased. Split brain surgery, once used to treat severe epilepsy, reveals two hemispheres that can act with a measure of independence. A left hand arranges blocks the right cannot name. Each case as awareness is stitched, not poured. A patchwork with seams you do not notice until they tear. Selfhood is constructed on the fly as well. The brain keeps a constantly updated body schema, proprioception, touch, vision, and vestibular cues integrated into a sense of where you end. It can be bent. In the rubber hand illusion, a fake hand is stroked in synchrony with your hidden real one. Within a minute, many people feel ownership of the rubber hand and flinch when it's threatened. Virtual reality can pull the point of view behind you so convincingly that you feel yourself standing where your body is not. These are not parlor tricks. They are demonstrations of a system that prioritizes coherence over origin. If signals agree, the mind believes. Agency, too, is negotiated. Your experience of deciding and then acting runs in parallel with motor programs that are already preparing. Classic experiments in the 1980s measured a readiness potential in the brain before volunteers reported the urge to flex a finger. The interpretation, that will is an afterthought, has been both influential and contested. Later work complicates the picture. Many readiness potentials may reflect noise leaning toward an action threshold. Conscious intentions can still veto. The timing of awareness is slippery to measure. The cautious lesson is that authorship feels unified because the brain writes a single narrative, not because there was only one drafting process. Either way, the kindness in practice remains the same. Slowing down creates room for better stories. What of the quiet company you keep when you are doing nothing at all? At rest, a constellation of regions, the so-called default mode network, tends to hum. Medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate, angular gyri, parts of the hippocampal system. It correlates with daydreaming, remembering, projecting into the future, thinking about other minds. During focused tasks, its activity dips and task-positive networks rise. In certain styles of meditation, both the resting hum and the commentary of language soften. People report that the sense of self loosens, that experience continues without a narrator in the center. The data are careful and still growing, but the subjective rhyme is old. Attention quiets, a broader field appears. Emotion is not a passenger, it steers. Interoceptive signals from heart, lungs, gut, and skin rise to the insula and anterior cingulate, regions that help assemble the feeling of how I am. The brain guesses the causes: danger, safety, hunger, grief, and issues budgets. Release glucose, slow the heart, move the face. Some theories suggest emotions are predictions about bodily needs wrapped in concepts learned from culture. Others emphasize hardwired circuits tuned by experience. Both angles find support at different scales. What is consistent is that naming feelings changes them. To say this is anxiety rather than I'm anxious moves experience one step outward and returns a little control. Consciousness shades, it does not flip. Deep sleep reduces the chance that a stimulus will be globally broadcast, but a loud sound can still draw you up. Anesthesia can be profound or porous, depending on dose and drug. Disorders of consciousness, minimally conscious state, unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, occupy difficult territory where behavior is a poor guide. Newer tools, fMRI combined with mental imagery tasks, EEG with perturbational complexity measures, sometimes reveal awareness hidden behind quiet bodies. Families, clinicians, and scientists proceed with humility. The light inside is not always visible at the surface. Creativity may be the mind's way of letting networks talk to partners they usually ignore. In improvisation, motor and sensory regions stay busy, while some self-monitoring areas step back. In insight, a burst of high-frequency synchronization can ripple across distant sites just before the solution arrives. Sleep helps here too. REM splices memories into new alloys, and the morning sometimes offers an answer politely disguised as your own idea. None of this makes inspiration less mysterious. It makes it hospitable. You can prepare the conditions: rest, play, a walk that loosens attention, a notebook waiting at the edge of dream. All along, the ethical light flickers. If consciousness is a property of integrated informative systems, how far does it spread? To animals whose nervous systems differ from ours, octopus arms that think locally, corvid brains without cortex yet rich with pallium. Many scientists argue on converging evidence that suffering and pleasure are not exclusively human, that sentience is a spectrum worth honoring. As for machines, present systems that imitate language and images do not, by consensus, meet the criteria we tentatively associate with experience. Self-maintaining bodies, feelings tied to internal budgets, integrated sensoromotor loops grounded in the world. Some theories suggest it remains an open question. Others are skeptical. It is wise, for now, to mark the limits of knowledge and lead with care. You can feel, even now, the relief that comes when the narrator rests. Thoughts still pass. Sounds still arrive. Breath still rocks the body with small tides. But the sense of I, as the owner, can loosen its fist without vanishing. The mind beyond the mind is not elsewhere. It is the same room with fewer labels, the same city with less traffic, the same ocean after the wind drops. Awareness takes the shape of what it meets and then lets it go. Outside, ecosystems keep their own conversations. Forest and reef, wetland and prairie, polar sea and desert night. Each is a mind of communities. Attention distributed through root and wing, claw and current. Balance in such places is not stillness, but negotiation. Population with resource, predator with prey, oxygen with flame. You have sat with the inward weather long enough to feel a steadier kindness for the outward. When you open the next door, the world will be a network again. This time of species and flows, fragile not because it is weak, but because it is full of dependencies worth keeping. Let your breath widen to the scale of a valley. The candle doesn't go out, it joins the dawn. Balance in nature is not a fixed beam with equal weights. It is a living braid, strands tightening and loosening, some fraying and being rewoven. The whole holding because so many threads share the work. Diversity is not ornament, it is strategy. In a meadow or reef or forest, many species overlap in function. If one stumbles in a harsh year, another steps forward and the system continues. Ecologists sometimes call this the insurance effect. Variety makes persistence more likely. You can feel the idea like a hand on your shoulder, redundancy as kindness. Some species, though, are load-bearing. Remove a keystone and the arch rearranges in a hurry. Sea otters eat urchins. When otters are few, urchins multiply and graze kelp to stubble. When otters return, kelp rises, and with it a scaffold for fish and invertebrates, and the soft, underwater weather that kelp forests make. In other places, starfish keep mussel beds from crowding everything else off the rocks. Fig trees feed fruit when nothing else does and hold a web of birds and mammals through lean seasons. These are not fairy tales. They are experiments and long observations. The details vary with place, and famous stories are sometimes tidier in retelling than in data. But the pattern is honest. Some actors stabilize whole stages. Food webs are tapestries that look delicate and are in fact robust until a threshold is passed. Energy flows from light to leaf to grazer to hunter, and then loops through detritus and microbes back to soil and sea. Feedbacks dampen swings. Predators check prey. Competition keeps dominance modest. But feedbacks can also amplify. A lake rich in nutrients can flip from clear to green when algae bloom faster than grazers can keep up. When plants die and decay, oxygen falls, fish struggle, sediments release more nutrients, and the water holds its new state even after the initial push is gone. Ecologists call it a regime shift, a tipping into another stable arrangement that may require more than a small nudge to reverse. You have felt smaller versions in your own routines. Once clutter overtakes a desk, order does not return with a single gesture. It needs a new pattern. Island life writes rules in bolder ink. Isolation limits colonists. Species evolve in narrow lanes. Predators may be few or novel. Defenses soften. When rats or snakes arrive in cargo holds, or when cats jump ship, ground nesting birds and small reptiles pay. Invasive plants hitch rides along roads and rivers and outcompete locals by leafing earlier, seeding more or partnering with microbes in unfamiliar ways. Not every introduced species becomes invasive, and some ecosystems absorb newcomers without drama. But when invaders take off in a simplified system, the effects are fast. Edge effects slice further. When large habitats are cut into fragments, forest interiors become all edge. Drier, windier, louder with generalists, thinner in specialists. Corridors that reconnect patches can restore movement. Even narrow hedgerows and river ribbons help. Movement is survival's quiet cousin. Fire belongs to many places. Some pines open their cones only after heat. Some grasses burn and return with underground stores ready. Some savannas depend on flame to hold back trees and keep the sunlit carpet alive. When fire is excluded too long, fuel accumulates and blazes grow hotter than the system expects. When fires become too frequent in the wrong places, seedlings never reach the age of reproduction and the species fade. The right fire at the right time is medicine. The wrong fire is fever. Land stewards read landscapes the way a doctor reads a chart. Moisture, fuel, wind, season, and choose interventions that match the patient. Water writes the margins. Wetlands sponge floods, filter silt, host nurseries for fish and birds. Mangroves and seagrass meadows steady coasts and store carbon in sediments for centuries. Blue vaults that build quietly. When they are removed, storms step farther inland and carbon returns to air. Far out, corals live near their thermal limits. A strong hot summer or a prolonged marine heat wave can coax symbiotic algae to leave, bleaching the corals pale. Many recover if stress passes. Repeated or extended heat leaves communities changed. Acidifying oceans. More carbon dioxide in water means more carbonic acid. Make it harder for some shell builders to lay down calcium carbonate. The chemistry is firm. The biological responses vary by species and place and are being traced with care. You can hold both truths at once. The ocean is changing. life's responses are complex. Pollination is a choreography across kingdoms. Flowers offer nectar and pollen. Bees, flies, beetles, birds, bats carry dustings of life between blossoms. Many wild plants rely on these couriers. Many crops, too, flower and set better seed with the visits. The headlines are often anxious, and the patterns are uneven. But the central point is stable. Pollinator communities fare well when habitats are varied. Pesticide use is careful, and seasons offer continuous bloom. Sometimes restoration is as modest as letting the edges of fields grow rougher, or planting hedges with layered flowering times, or leaving a ditch unworried so that water and seed can rest there. Small accommodations add up to quiet abundance. Extinction has always walked with life. Background rates, measured in fossils, are low. Mass extinctions punctuate the record when volcanoes or impacts or climate shifts push too far. Today, the best estimates suggest losses far above those older baselines, driven by habitat change, exploitation, invasive species, pollution, and climate. Numbers come with caveats. Data are incomplete. Some regions are better studied than others. The direction is not in doubt. The grief that rises when you learn a species has gone is not sentimentality. It is an accurate reading of reduced possibility. Every lost lineage closes a set of options we have not fully read. Yet repair is practiced, not fantasy. Rivers once walled and straightened have been given room again to meander and breathe. Floodplains revived, then protect towns downstream, better than concrete did alone. Oyster reefs built from clean shell and careful design calm waves in clear water. As they grow, they feed fish nurseries and steady marsh edges. Wolves return to one valley, alter deer behavior, and open room for willows and songbirds. Complex, context-dependent effects studied in detail. Not a single switch, but a bundle of changes that remind us behavior is part of ecology. In tropical deltas, mangrove plantings coupled with community stewardship bring back shade and shrimp at once. None of this is magic. It is patience, monitoring, revision when a strategy fails, attention paid to local knowledge and to maps we draw from data. There is also the work of restraint. Leaving some places alone, no take, no plow, no road, creates reservoirs from which life spills outward. Marine protected areas can increase fish size and abundance inside their borders and seed adjacent waters. The spillover is measured with tags and catch records. On land, old growth fragments host fungi and insects that colonize second growth forests if connections exist. Protection is not a wall, it is a well. In cities, nature improvises new arrangements. Night-flying insects gather at warm bricks. Peregrine falcons nest on ledges and hunt air at the height of old cliffs. Street trees temper heat and quiet minds. Green roofs slow stormwater and cool buildings. Pocket parks raise nearby property values and, more importantly, lower blood pressure for passers-by. Not every species tolerates the city, and not every human benefit is equal across neighborhoods, but the general finding repeats. Even small slices of green bring outsized returns. Resilience is not the same as rigidity. A resilient system bends and returns. A brittle one holds shape until it breaks. Diversity is one path to resilience, connectivity another, memory a third. Seed banks in soil wait for the right disturbance to germinate. Dormant eggs in desert pools hatch when rare rains come. Salmon home to rivers, but stray enough that new runs seed when landscapes change. Life keeps options open. So can we. Uncertainty belongs in the conversation. Ecological studies are local and time-bound. Generalities are strong in some areas and provisional in others. Interventions can help in one valley and harm in another. Restoration can bring surprise guests. Some solutions travel more in headlines than in peer-reviewed work. The remedy for uncertainty is not inaction, but experiment with humility. Hypotheses, controls, measurement, willingness to stop or switch when signals disagree with hopes. The planet is not a machine. It is a neighborhood. We are resident, not engineer. The tenderness you feel right now, this wish for the braid to hold, doesn't have to turn into worry that keeps you awake. It can become a tension. Notice the bee path along a wall of morning glory. Learn the names of 2 grasses by your doorstep and watch their seasons. If you keep a small balcony, let one pot go to seed and see who visits. If you have no balcony, walk under a public plane tree and see how it edits light and wind. The scale of your care can be small and still count. It joins other small cares into corridors that are real. Listen. Somewhere a herd turns early because snowline sits lower this year. Somewhere krills swarm and penguins track them like hands tracking a scent. Somewhere an urchin baron begins to knit back to kelp because a small number of otters learn to patrol a bay again. The braid continues because many threads survive at once. If one snaps, others hold while a new strand is spun. At the edge of this part of the night, you may be ready for the human story, not as a triumph, not as a scolding, but as an unfolding of a primate that learned to share heat, swap tools, trade myths, cross ice and desert, and sing to keep time in the dark. Our migrations stitched continents, our languages map attention, our villages became cities that still remember hearths. We are one thread among many, capable of fraying the braid and of mending it. Let that possibility settle like dew. The path ahead carries footfalls and campfire talk. The first paintings on cave walls, a handprint on stone. The choice to share instead of hoard. The valley widens. The voices begin. The human story begins with firelight on faces. Not as a single dawn, but as many evenings. Small circles of warmth at the edge of cold. Voices passing a rhythm that felt like safety. Before maps or alphabets, we remembered by telling. A path to water, a place to avoid in spring, the taste of a root that soothed a fever. Stories braided facts with feelings so that the facts would stick. Around a low blaze, an infant slept against a chest while elders revised the world with hands and breath. Our bones say we are walkers. Feet arched into springs. Achilles' tendons stored and released energy with every step. Sweat cooled us as daylight stretched. Bodies built for distance crossed savanna and woodland, shore and upland. Some carried flint cores and struck blades with a percussion practiced until it became thoughtless, the way a musician's fingers remember. Some shaped points from bone and antler, barbs to hold fish against a pull. The world afforded food in many tones, and we learned to harmonize. Shellfish at low tide, tubers roasted from damp earth, marrow coaxed from long bones after lions were finished. Cooperation was the tool we never set down. We traveled long before he charted routes, out of Africa in currents and eddies, not as a single river, but as many streams. We followed coastlines that offered protein in predictable tides. Inland corridors that opened when ice pulled back, passes where mountain shadows shortened in summer. Genetic clues and artifacts trace these motions with growing resolution. And some details remain debated. The timing of waves, the pauses in refuges. But the drift is clear. Our species is patient movement, written in kilometers and years. You can feel it even now in your legs when a path becomes steady and your breath finds a conversational pace. Language built scaffolding inside us. The mouth learned to shape air with tongue and lip. The larynx dropped. Breath was appraised and released as vowels and consonants. Somewhere between 50,000 years ago and more recent times, depending on which evidence you favor, syntax flowered, rules that let small sounds carry large maps. Names for kin carried obligations. Tenses carried memory forward and backward. Pronouns carved the world into self and other, and then softened that boundary with we. Infants learned a mother tongue, not by instruction, but by immersion. Their brains pruning and strengthening pathways until certain sounds felt like home. Every generation adds idioms, jokes, and metaphors that let culture travel across time faster than genes ever could. Hands made minds. With stone and wood, tendon and sinew, we composed tools that extended reach and hearing and bite. A spear thrown from an atlatl carried more distance than an arm alone. A bow stored energy in the quiet arc of a branch. Needles stitched hides against winter. Clay fired into vessels held water and grain. The first pigments smeared on cave walls turned memory into image. Bison under the flicker of flame. Horses so lively you could almost hear breath. Hands outlined in ochre as if to say, we were here and we were more than hungry. Some theories suggest that drawing rehearsed the hunt, others that it rehearsed the heart. The truth may be both. Practice for the body, and practice for a mind learning to handle awe. Fire changed our time. It softened roots and meat so that chewing took less of the day. It kept predators modest. It gathered us after dark and pushed back the night far enough for imagination to stand up. Around coals, we invented obligations. This portion for the elder, this for the child, this for the absent hunter who will return with wind in his hair. We learned to share not as charity, but as survival. A single belly is a poor bank against famine, but a village belly is resilient. Anthropologists write carefully about kin selection and reciprocal altruism. The lived version is simple and deep. I help you now, later you help me. Together, we keep the fire. Villages grew at the margins where water lingered. Rivers that birthed deltas offered silt rich enough for grain to think in cities. Flood pulses taught calendars to count and gods to speak in seasons. Wheat and barley shouldered wind in one cradle. Rice stitched water to soil in another. Maize and beans learned to climb together further west, mutualists before we knew the word. Domestication braided fates. Dogs tuned to our gaze, cattle traded mobility for protection. Goats learned the measurements of a courtyard. We selected plants that didn't shatter their seeds and animals with tempers we could tolerate, and they selected us right back by feeding more mouths in smaller places. We engineered time before steel. Stone circles caught sun at solstice, marking the day the light would begin to return. Shadow sticks measured hours. Water clocks dripped the length of a judicial argument. Sailors watched the sky and learned to trust a pole star. Writing arrived as accounting, marks for goats and grain and debts owed. Then swelled into poems and laws and letters that crossed deserts rolled in reed and wrapped in cloth. Libraries collected the thoughts of the dead and made them available to the living, a new kind of ancestor. We are a species of chorus, not solo. Anatomical gifts, larynx, hands, long legs, set the stage. But cooperation wrote the music. In small bands, we divided attention. Some watched, some wove, some butchered, some soothed infants, some told where the clouds came from and where to find a certain stone in a certain hillside. Gossip maintained honesty. Who keeps promises? Who fails? Norms grew teeth and became taboos and laws. Fairness became a story we told children and then held ourselves to by teaching it again. Our brains grew not because puzzles demanded it alone, but because other minds did. To read intentions, to trust or withdraw trust, to forgive or not. The cost of getting social decisions wrong was high. The reward of getting them right was a tribe that slept well. Borders were porous, then lines, then porous again. We traded shells for obsidian, salt for song, fur for metal. Ideas jumped faster than caravans. Farming moved from valley to valley. Pottery shapes migrated. Melodies slipped between tongues. War traveled too, and with it defenses, politics, sorrow. History is not gentle, but within it the same patterns of cooperation persisted. Strangers became kin by contract. Festivals stitched peace across markets. Markets taught distant villages each other's weather. When roads grew hard underfoot and ships learned to aim by stars and then by clocks, the world's conversations accelerated. Religion and philosophy tried to keep pace with our bigness. Some found gods in trees and springs and ancestors' bones. Others placed them in clouds or principles. Others held that the sacred lay in the rules themselves. Do unto others because the world is more livable that way. These are vast territories, and their edges are debated and defended. What can be said softly is that most traditions, at their best, asked us to widen the circle of care beyond blood and village. Ritual reminded us that we are small and wanted at once. Cities learned to breathe. Aqueducts carried mountain snow to summer courtyards. Canals let wind pull grain where legs would have tired. Streets caught breezes when laid on certain angles. Markets concentrated exchange. Theaters concentrated feeling. Walls concentrated fear and pride. Plagues visited and taught hygiene and vacancy. Sewers and vaccines and microscopes replied. The scientific method, hypothesis, test, revision, offered a discipline for our hopeful minds. And technologies followed. Lenses that turned sky and cell into readable texts. Engines that burned buried sunlight. Wires that moved voices at the speed of lightning. Computers that made patterns visible by patience we cannot match. With each tool we extended the hand again, and with each we risked forgetting the hand that held it. Our bodies stayed old-fashioned through these changes. We still sleep best when nights are dark and mornings immediately honest. We still calm when we breathe slowly and someone safe sits near. We still learn by imitation, by doing, by play. We still belong to landscapes, even when we live in buildings. A window that admits a tree can lower the body's inner noise a few beats. We still read faces as faithfully as we read words. The modern is built on the ancient. Nothing about a touchscreen erases the comfort of a warm palm. Grief runs through the human chronicle and does not need to be raised to be felt. Extinctions we caused, peoples we moved, languages that went quiet. Our species has misplaced treasure as well as made it. Yet repair shows up as stubbornly as harm. Forests regrow where fire and saw rest. Rivers remember their bends when given back floodplain. Languages sleep in songs and wake in schools when children are taught by elders who refuse to let a vowel go. Children carry seeds in pockets and start gardens on rooftops, and neighbors become neighbors again. Listen to the kinship that persists beneath the noise. All our genomes differ by small margins. Any two people share most of their book. Migration stories feather into one another. Cousins separated by a desert that grew, meeting again 5,000 years later in trade. Then again today as strangers whose faces feel familiar. The handprints in caves are small and large together, many shades of dust. They do not say mine, they say ours. At night, with lights low and obligations sleeping, the species reveals its oldest habit, telling a story in the dark to keep fear modest and curiosity fed. We speak softly to children about how the sun will return. We whisper to a friend about a decision and hear our own mind in their reply. We mark a loss with words because words let other hands hold some weight. The narrative is not decoration. It is a tool and a blanket. Now you can feel the threads we've been following. Not only those of human kinship, but of everything we've passed through tonight. Ocean to tree to soil to sky to light, to water to animal, to clock to pattern, to stone to evolution, to elements to senses, to sleep to mind, to living systems, to this campfire of us. The next step isn't outward so much as between. We will drift into the web that connects all of it. The signals that run through ecosystems, the delicate sensitivities of weather and wing, the way small causes grow large through time, the way particles speak at a distance, and how that metaphor meets reality and then diverges. The world is stitched with relations finer than thread. Let the flame in this imagined hearth settle into coals. Let the quiet widen. You are ready to feel the lattice under everything. Connection is not a metaphor first, it is a property. The world coheres by threads you can sometimes see and often cannot. Roots joining roots, winds braiding oceans to deserts, migrations sewing continents together with lines of wing and hoof. Tonight, you can lie very still and feel that lattice gather under you. A hammock woven from relations. It holds because everything in it tugs a little on everything else. Begin small and exact. In the quantum world, particles that once interacted can remain linked, so that measurements on one are correlated with measurements on the other, no matter the distance. Entanglement is not a whisper that carries messages faster than light. It does not let anyone cheat physics and telegraph secrets through stars. It is stranger and more modest. When you prepare a pair together and then part them, certain combined properties stay coordinated beyond what classical dice would allow. Experiments that close loopholes, separating detectors far enough, randomizing settings quickly enough, have shown these correlations again and again. The universe tolerates intimacy without a conduit. The lesson you can comfortably bring to bed is that separateness is not the only grammar. Zoom out to air and water, where connection wears the large scales it prefers. Weather in one basin can lean on another. El Niño rearranging winds, currents, and rain, sending drought here and floods there, a whisper from the equatorial Pacific that grows into a change in snowpack or a harvest thousands of kilometers away. High above, rivers of water vapor arc from the tropics toward mid-latitudes and fall as atmospheric rivers, taking months of rain in a few days to a coast that has been waiting. Far below, the deep ocean completes a global loop over centuries, carrying warmth and salt and memory in a slow braid that ties poles to equator. Connections wear many tempos. Some announce themselves in days. Others arrive on geologic time with a calm that looks like permanence until the hinge turns. Forests converse with valleys they cannot see. Leaves transpire and cool the air, adding moisture that helps clouds gather. A large forest becomes its own weather machine, breathing water into the sky and asking it to return. The currents it influences do not stop at its borders. Downwind fields grow on the generosity of upwind trees. On certain afternoons, terpenes from pine and spruce lift and become particles that help droplets cohere. Tomorrow's rain partially written in today's scent. If you stand in a mountain meadow and inhale, you are participating in a feedback that holds landscapes together. Networks do not only adorn ecology, they organize it. Food webs do not climb in neat ladders, they sprawl. Energy moves from sun to leaf to grazer to hunter, then through the patient industry of decomposers back to soil and sea. Some links are strong and obvious: wolf and deer, bee and flower. Others are gossamer but cumulative: fungal threads ferrying phosphorus between roots, bacteria exchanging bits of DNA that grant new tolerances. In many places, mycorrhizal partners link species across a stand, and sugars and signals move. Some claims about trees sharing everything with everyone soften under scrutiny. The flow is selective, context-dependent, and often reciprocal. But the signal remains. Life's economy is networked, and balance emerges from conversations, not commands. Sensitive dependence on initial conditions, chaos, in the mathematician's quiet sense, lives in these systems too. A small difference in starting temperature or wind can, over days, evolve into a different storm track. A day's fishing on a fragile reef can tip an algae herbivore balance. The butterfly effect is a nickname for this sensitivity. Not a law that guarantees a butterfly moves a hurricane. It means some systems amplify tiny nudges, and prediction has horizons beyond which we speak in probabilities. The comfort in that is not fatalism. It is humility, the kind that makes planning a conversation with what is likely, not a decree against what might be. Migration ties coasts to tundras, mountains to plains. What some birds eat in a mangrove will decide how many eggs they can lay on an Arctic shore. Salmon feed forests, bears dragging bodies into understory, nitrogen in bone and flesh returning to soil, tree rings leaning toward richer growth in years when runs are strong. Sea turtles thread oceans with lines they remember in their bodies. Whales carry nutrients with their rising and falling, pumping the deep's fertilizer toward the light. These are not romantic images. Isotope studies and long-term counts trace the loops with numbers that hold when weather swings back and forth. Even the tiny make long ties. Plankton rising nightly and falling by day move carbon like a submerged tide the planet relies on. In cities, connection is literal wire and spectrum, but also relies on the same mathematics that runs through forests. Power grids and the internet, friendship graphs and airline routes often show small world and scale-free properties. clusters linked by hubs, short paths between strangers, resilience up to a point, and then fragility when certain nodes fail. Epidemiology knows this architecture well. Infections move quickly through hubs. Vaccinating a few strategic people can slow a wave more than random coverage. Reducing contacts in a small set of places bends a curve. The lesson repeats. The structure of connection matters as much as the number of connections. Your body is a congress of intimacies. The gut-brain axis is shorthand for a crowded dialogue. Vagus nerve signals, hormones, immune messengers, metabolites from microbes that nibble at fiber you cannot digest and return short-chain fatty acids that soothe inflammation and may nudge mood. The research here is careful and young. Extravagant claims shrink under replication. But a modest truth holds. What lives in you helps set your inner weather. And what you eat and how you sleep and where you walk outdoors help choose your citizens. Connection becomes literal nourishment. Even geology stitches itself with threads we cannot see until an earthquake reveals a fault that ran under a plain. Or a volcano's ash falls on a field and sweetens soil a season later. Mountain ranges cast rain shadows that decide languages as surely as they decide grasses. Passes decide where stories cross. Coasts decide cuisines. You think of a spice you love and realize a monsoon and a trade wind and a harbor and a recipe written on a scrap of paper brought it to your mouth. Globalization is only the fast version of a very old habit. The brain you carry thinks in networks and is one. Neurons in visual cortex talk to those in parietal regions so you can place a cup on a table. The default mode network dims while the frontoparietal control network sharpens when a task asks for focus. During insight, distant nodes synchronize in brief bursts, a coalition formed and dissolved in a heartbeat. When you fall asleep, the coalitions change. When you dream, limbic hubs glow and prefrontal referees step back. When you breathe slowly, the vagus nerve sends its calm up the ladder, and the pattern of connections shifts toward rest. The mind's feeling of coherence is a lived version of graph theory's quiet conclusions. Connection can fail in ways that teach the rule. A pollinator corridor breaks, and a plant's fruit sets poorly one valley away. A dam arrests silt, and a delta collapses into the sea. A rumor passes through a network primed to believe and short-circuits deliberation. The truth losing not because it is weaker, but because the graph gave the lie better routes. Repair, too, travels. Remove a barrier, and fish remember a river within a season. Plant a few hedgerows, and birds rest where they had no safe perch. Slow a feed of outrage and conversation can reweave attention into deliberation. The space between nodes is where the work lives. There is a tenderness in being one node. You cannot carry the grid alone. You are not asked to. Your habits anchor a few edges. The neighbor you greet, the path you keep clear, the message you do not pass along without reading twice. None of these feel grand, and none need to. In networked worlds, small acts in particular places change the shape of what can happen next. Not everywhere, not forever, but enough. Some connections are felt, but not measured yet. You wake thinking of a friend, and a message arrives. You step into a room, and the air changes because a group of people has agreed, silently, to care for one another here. Science is careful with such reports. It insists on controls and blinding, on statistics that hold. Many stories evaporate under that light. A few survive and become part of the ledger. Between ledger and life, you can hold a category called kindness. It needs no mechanism to be worthwhile. Now the lattice glows faintly in your mind. Mycelium under footpaths, teleconnections in the sky, signal passing through cortex, dolphins calling names over long water, bees aligning to sun, wires humming behind walls. The small law that a door held open changes the next 10 minutes for two strangers. Entanglement at subatomic scales does not explain love. Chaos in the atmosphere does not excuse turmoil. Metaphors wear out if asked to carry too much. Let them stand where they are strongest, as reminders that the world is relational and that balance often arises when links are many and channels clear. You have drifted through the night on these threads, each part a strand that joined the next. Ocean to forest, soil to sky, light to water. Minds in many bodies, clocks that tick without ticking, patterns that solve and soothe. Stone that remembers, evolution's patient edits, the chemistry in your blood, the senses that compose a room, the cleaning sleep performs, the question of awareness, the braid of life that holds even as it shifts, the human habit of gathering around warmth to speak. Now the lattice narrows gently to a point you know well. It is the simplest connection you have, and the oldest. Breath in, breath out. Air meets blood, blood meets cell. Cell returns carbon to air and asks for oxygen again. Heart follows breath's lead, stretching and easing as the chest rises and falls. The city around you grows quieter. The planet turns. Somewhere, waves rinse a shore you will never see. Somewhere, snow begins. Somewhere, a child's hand finds a parent's in the dark. The threads remain. When you open the last door, there will be no list to keep and no task to finish. Only a landing, a soft glow, and the sense that you are held inside the same weave you have been learning all night. The room is already making that shape. Your breath has the tempo of distant surf. The voice you've been following will step back until it becomes the room's hush. You can let the lattice cradle you now, and let sleep take the last of your weight. Night gathers the planet into a single page. On one side of the world, cities glow like patient constellations spread thin across land. On the other, forests breathe under a velvet sky, trading carbon and oxygen with the quiet thrift they've practiced for ages. Oceans keep their long, low pulse. Ice rests under star fields that crackle in the cold. Deserts radiate the day's last heat and cool toward a temperature that is older than any story. From orbit, the Earth would look asleep. Down here, sleep picks us up piece by piece and carries us the rest of the way. You lie within that page, one cell among uncountable, one breath within tidal air that has circled through mountains and rivers and the small golden rooms of leaves. The thread that ran through the night still holds. Water changing state without fuss, light handing the day to darkness, clocks in the body adjusting gene by gene to make rest easy, stone keeping time for you, elements keeping promises without fuss or speech. Nothing is required of you now. The systems that know how to finish the day will finish it. Somewhere far from this room, manta rays are looping through warm blackness, their great mouths open like commas catching a bloom of plankton. Tiny sparks coil away where their movement disturbs the chemistry of light. Somewhere a snowfield hardens, its crystals fusing at edges until the surface can hold a fox that treads softly on letters written by wind. In a valley 2 time zones over, the first gray band at the horizon urges birds to rehearse syllables they inherited and improved. The spectrum briefly stretches pink, and stems turn their narrow faces to the color of another beginning. The world does not sleep all at once, but wherever night falls, it practices the same slowness, the same housekeeping, the same layered mercy. You have practiced it too. Across these hours, you walked through seas that remember, forests that converse underground, soil that is alive by the teaspoon, clouds seeded by salt and leaf breath, and even by the faint industry of microbes. You let light soften your edges. You followed water through forms and back again. You visited mines with arms and feathers and the brief intelligence of slime, and then you listened to the clocks. You felt how patterns save effort, how stone holds patience, how evolution edits gently and keeps notes, how the body relies on elements that arrived carrying the signatures of stars. You let the senses quiet into sleep and then wondered, briefly, about the room where awareness lives. You looked at the living braid holding itself steady, and our human firelight that writes us into communities. You traced the web that tethers coasts to mountains, wing to wind, nerve to heart, and then you came here, where landing means fewer words and more listening. Beneath your ribs, the diaphragm keeps its even work, drawing the dome downward, letting it rise. With each descent, the lungs open and blood accepts oxygen. With each rise, carbon leaves for the next leaf, the next moss, the next cool dawn. Heart falls into step with breath, intervals lengthening on the inhale, shortening on the exhale. A conversation older than language called respiratory sinus arrhythmia that tells every vessel, it is night, you may rest. The small muscles of the neck release. The tongue finds a soft, safe home behind the teeth. Eyelids grow still over the slow dance of the eyes beneath, their movements reorganizing memory into a library you can find in the morning. Outside, the atmosphere is drawing lines you cannot see. A river of water vapor is writing rain for some other coastline tomorrow. A jet stream is bending, steering storms from mountain to plain. Far above, particles from the sun are being turned aside by the Earth's magnetic field, and then, at the poles, are coaxing oxygen and nitrogen to glow in slow, silent curtains. Lightning somewhere is fixing a handful of nitrogen into forms roots can comprehend. A bacterium in soil near a fence post is doing the same task quietly with its enzyme. And a clover plant is keeping a nodule of those workers fed. Connection like that does not need audience. It goes on whether we narrate it or not. Tonight, we honored it by noticing, and then we set the noticing down. Inside the skull, cerebrospinal fluid moves with each slow wave, a tide between cells that clears and resets. Microglia tidy, astrocytes balance ions, neurons rehearse the routes you walked today, trimming some paths, widening others. Muscles rebuild the tiny tears that honest use makes. Bones obey their delicate physics, laying down minerals where strain asked for strength. Skin cools by a degree and closes ranks. The gut works at a night shift's pace, unhurried. These are not metaphors, but chores. Elegant because they repeat, meaningful because they are ordinary. You do not direct them, you only allow them. Beyond the window, a moth pauses at the pane, misled by a light we hung as a small, artificial moon. You imagine switching it off. In your mind, the moth finds the honest moon again, that ancient compass. In an alley, a puddle copies a slice of sky and keeps it perfectly until a breeze scribbles across it, then returns to its precision as the air steadies. Somewhere, a young fox stops at the threshold of a yard and tests a dozen scents that braid together into a decision. It pads on, its paws nearly silent, a geometry of muscle and attention drawn across darkness. These are the small films of night, running without audience. They will continue when you sleep. Gratitude drifts in without ceremony, not the kind that lists, but the kind that warms. The thought that lungs and leaves conspired politely to keep you here. That rivers saved a valley by meandering. That kelp stood tall again because an otter remembered a cove. That a friend answered. That a stranger held a door. That somewhere an elder passed a language back to a child who will speak it under a new moon. None of these require you to stir. Let them settle like dust motes in lamplight, and then let the lamplight go. Consider how old your breath is. The oxygen you borrowed tonight was forged in ancient stars, bottled in the earth's air by microbes that discovered how to turn light into a living. It has moved through lungs and leaves for millions of years with no thought of ownership. You take it up, you pass it on. The calcium in bone remembers reefs. The iron in blood remembers a sun that died well. The water in cells remembers glaciers and clouds, and the brief permission of a cup. Everything in you is on loan, but the loan is generous and renewed with each sip of air. This is enough to relax into. If a stray thought returns, an errand, a headline, fold it back into scale. The errand will fit into morning. The headline belongs to a larger braid that other hands are also holding. Your task now is simpler. In and out. The body trusts cycles because the world does. Tides, seasons, growth rings, migrations, waking and sleep. When you match them, the match itself comforts. The prediction error falls to near zero. The system rests because it can. Across the ridge of night, dawn is already assembling itself in places you cannot see. Earth turns at its unvarying pace, and the terminator, the moving line between dark and light, crosses forests, farms, ice, streets, and roofs, leaving everything exactly where it was, and merely changing how it is lit. In a few hours, that line will arrive here. The blue sensitive cells in your retina will report morning. The clocks will slide into day mode, and you will carry forward a few bright fragments of dream or none at all. Either way, the work of night will have been done. Repair, sorting, patience installed in the spaces between moments. There is nothing to add. The voice that guided you can step back now until it becomes the hush of the room, the hum behind the hum. The pillow keeps its cool, then warms to your cheek. The sheets lift and fall almost imperceptibly with the tide in your chest. Somewhere in the building, pipes answer a faucet and then subside. Somewhere down the block, a late car rides the small hill without hurry, and then the sound dissolves. You have been carried across ocean and root, soil and sky, light and water, mind and pattern, stone and story, connection after connection, each one softening the next. What remains is the simplest wonder of all, that you can close your eyes and trust yourself to a chemistry that cares for you without permission, and be gone to the exact right place. Breathe once more, as if the planet were inhaling with you. Let the exhale be the longest of the night. Whatever has not been said does not need saying. Whatever has not been solved does not need solving. The earth keeps watch. Your body knows the path. Quiet gathers. Then, without any further effort, you fade. Like a shoreline in fog, like bioluminescence winking out behind a boat, like a final ember going to ash, still warm, still true, into sleep.